Hello? I love Scuff. I opened Discord and it crashed me. Hello? Are we back? Hi. Hi guys, hi again. How are you? We're back. Wow. Refresh your page, please. Yeah, hi. Hello. We're back. Yippee. Am I live? I am live. Like a word you said went offline? No, this happens sometimes. I crash. My OBS crashes. Oh, yeah, we crashed a little. No worries. Okay, do I have disconnect for next? Oh no, it did it again! Ah! Okay. Okay. So what happens when I disconnect on YouTube is that it'll make a new VOD. Now I have two VODs, it's split it in two, unfortunately. I think I did the same on Twitch too. I'm trying to figure out how to prevent it from like splitting the VOD and just come back to the same one, but it's just gonna be like that. Anyways, hi, I'm so sorry. I opened up Discord and it crashed. Discord crashed. OBS. Because I have too many things open apparently. It's fine. This happens once in a while. I can't open things on stream because this is what happens. I'll be like, hey, let's open Steam, and then it'll crash. And I'm like, uh-oh, oopsies. Nah, just FYI, if this ever happens and I like disconnect and I go offline, just know it's because for scuff reasons and my OBS crashed. Yep. OBS has crashed. So yeah, that's how it goes. We love scuff. Just a normal part of everybody's stream. Just hey guys, welcome in. Hi. We just started, yeah. The stream just started, guys. Don't worry about it. Oh no, I got a notification. Oh no, I got a notification from my streaming thing. It's like, here's how your last stream went. I was like, it never ended. There's gonna be 2 streams. This is part 2. Season 2 of the beach episode. Episode 2 of the beach episode. There you go. That's what it is. My first episode was getting to the beach, and now we're at the beach. Something like that. No, don't worry. I think you did something with like the thing, but that didn't affect stream. It was me. It was me. Streaming software and VTuber Studio are resource heavy, so it's tough if you don't have enough memory to spare. Yeah. You want to know what I have? I have a 2060. My graphics card? I have a 2060 RTX. No, I have a NVIDIA 2060, not an RTX. I just have a GPU. 2060. And then my RAM, I think, is 32? I think my RAM is 32, yeah. I have a 32 RAM, and I have a... I think that's it. Yeah, I've like... Storage space SSD is not the same as RAM. But I do have a nice graphics card. I have like an i7. I have an i7 graphics. Hello, person who said something in Japanese. Let me try to read this. I cannot read katakana. Something. O something su ru ka ni to o shita ru te ha wa rimasu ka? E o ota shita ni. No, that's not ni, that's a ko. Koto? Eh? Eh? I just noticed I have several in Discord. Would that be because my display names don't match? Probably. I did say on the stream thing if it's different to let me know. I'll just add you. It might be because it didn't match. If you're not logged on to your Discord account, it might not do it automatically, but I can just manually do it for you. Let me look at my server list. I have it open! Okay, that's you. Roles. I will give you... Where is it? Okay, so it's... I don't know if I can do this manually. I don't know if I can do this manually because it looks like it's like an integration with Twitch. So you might have to go and link your account to Twitch? I don't know. Let me see if I can do it. I am back from Friends. How are you guys doing? We're doing well. Hi. Hold up. I'm trying to... copy. Okay. In the YouTube comments, someone asked, have you ever considered playing Detroit Become Human? Ah, Detroit Become Human. Oh. It literally says it in the kanji. It says, Detroit to become human o play suru koto o kento shita koto wa arimasu ka? It's a long game. It takes a while. I'm a lurker's an ally fade. Yeah, okay, let me... Oh, edit? Manage members. Oh, I cannot add members because it's managed by integration. It cannot be manually assigned to members or deleted. I see. Okay. I don't know if I can give it... I don't know if I can give you the role manually, because you might have to add your link. You might have to link your Discord to your... to your Discord account. You have to link your Twitch, unfortunately. I can't do it manually. I'm sorry. I just tried. I'm back, friends. We're doing good. We just had scuff. Stream crashed for a little bit, but it's fine. We're live again. We're back. It's fine. Yeah, I can't read katakana. Wait, no. No, I can read hiragana. I can't read katakana. The English words. I understood the last part, and that was it. I heard that you were asking a question. The koto wa arimasu ka? Arimasu. But would I play Detroit Become Human? Maybe. Maybe in the future. It's gonna take a while. But I do like story-based games, so I might think about it. I don't know. It might take a while. Not in the near future. I have a lot of games I want to play. Also, with playing long games like that, it's like a series, so it's gonna take me, especially with how I stream, it's gonna take me maybe like a minimum 12 streams to finish that game, and there's multiple endings too, so I don't know. Dang, that's a nice tube. Yeah, look at my hat. Connect to Twitch and got it. Yay, nice. Yeah, you have to... that's how it works. Unfortunately, you have to connect to Twitch, to Discord as the integration for it to work, because it's connected to Twitch. So when you sub, it automatically gives it to you, and I think when it expires, it like removes it automatically. So it's cool. I have in the sub channel. I sometimes, if you scroll all the way to the top, you can see the conversations I had with myself when I had no subscriber members. I would talk to myself in there, and then I would post recipes. I don't know, because you can probably access the chat history. Like, if you go way, way back when there was not very many people in Discord, I would just talk to myself. I'm like, yeah guys, hi me, hi. Sad times. But yeah, you're like my inner tube. We're having a beach episode today. Hi Kibi, how are you? My hat. I got my hat for sun protection and my tube. Yeah, fun. Our floating in the lazy river is really nice. But anyways, hi Japanese people. My Nihongo, not Jozu, but, yes, reading Romaji. Reading Romaji saved my life. Hey, one sec, let me get my guitar. I bought this guitar, I have to use it. They're like, oh, you bought this musical instrument. Also, everything's expensive nowadays. I think the time that I'm streaming at is probably really good for a lot of like overseas people who live in like the opposite side of the world. Like people in Australia, I feel. Hello, welcome, Tatsuya Akutsuki, how are you? I've also subscribed to this channel since I'm more familiar with YouTube. It's easier for me to watch the archives there. True. Yeah. I sometimes forget to post my VODs on Twitch, and they only last for like 2 weeks on Twitch, unfortunately, because I'm an affiliate. But I do co-stream on YouTube, so they automatically get uploaded onto YouTube after I finish streaming, so that's really nice about YouTube. One of the reasons why I co-stream on there. Hi, how are you? Welcome! Da, 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 da. Wait. Wait, this drum pattern sound like? Let me do this again. Okay, I'm gonna do... Let me turn on my BGM. Hold up. BGM, hello. Hi. Is it too loud? Turn down your volume. Maybe I need to turn down my volume. I'm really close to the mic. I think this sounds fine, maybe. I have to... Hold up. Maybe if I do this. I think this is better. Wait. I always think it's kind of scuffed to do this because I don't have a separate microphone for my... I don't have a separate microphone for this. Have to look at this drum pattern again. Actually, this might be helpful if I did this. Let me put both on the same screen. I can look at it. Actually, I have to get a pick. How are you? How's everybody doing tonight? Everyone's having a great time? We're just vibing. I was gonna play a game and then I was like, it'd be fun. We'll chill. I've been wanting to play the guitar for a while. I've never had the time for it. Now I feel like I'm just like one of those comedians on the stage where I'm just like, haha, guys. I went down to Texas last week and I had a great time. I went to Anime Matsuri and I met a bunch of artists. And I got a bunch of merch, so that was a lot of fun. You know when people do that on like comedy shows? That's how I feel. Doing that is kind of funny. C-chord. Is this too loud? I might need to turn this down a little. I think that's how it goes. Yeah. I saw this one post. This post has been going around on Twitter that's like, hey, what's that one post that you remember from like early Twitter that lives in your mind rent free? And then there's somebody who was like, if my 10-foot tall, bisexual, bipedal, pink haired girlfriend ditched me to go live with some SoundCloud rapper, I crash out too. And that lives in my head rent free. Let me figure this out. Thank you for the headphones. Me and my homies all hate the F chord. Woo! Okay. I have to move this mic farther away from me because I am way too loud. Gosh. My acoustic guitar is too loud. Anyways, I'm just gonna just randomly do. I guess this is a karaoke stream now. Hi. We're vibing. Yep. There we go. I think I'm too slow. Okay. This reminds me, this C chord intro is. Here's the thing, we started out friends. It was me, but it was just pretend. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, you dedicated, you took the time. That's what that reminds me of. It's not right. Yep, the tempo's. I am learning this song on the spot, by the way. I do not know this song. I didn't know how to play it. But I wanted to play it, so I'm doing it. F, bar chord. Oh, that's an interesting chord. I'm noticing on your hat, the circle to the bottom left of the flower lights up when you're playing the guitar. Yep. I think. Wait, hold up. It does! Hold up. Oh, it's because it's voice activated. That's so funny. Hey Alexa, play Despacito. It's based off of noise, volume. If I'm a certain loudness and it's picking it up, which my guitar is very loud, is voice activated. That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. That's a nice observation. I was like, why is this thing lighting up? I assumed it was because I tilted my head and it was the lighting, but I think it's quite literally. It's voice activated. Wait. One sec, I'm not sitting properly. Oh, this is so scuffed. Okay, I think I can. Let me start over. Wow. You're so talented and good at Japanese. I'm going to recommend you to my Japanese friends. Thank you. I am not good at Japanese, but thank you. Arigato. I'm going to sing you a Japanese song. You may know it. 君が忘れない すぐりあってこぼれた日きっと想像したように騒ぐしかないだ僕を待ってる愛してる今日々開けで強く未来がWait, where am I? 愛してる君がLet me start over. Woo, wrong one. My strong pattern is off. 生まれての太陽の夢を渡ら黄色い砂二度と登れないくすぐりあった越えたりきっと想像したいのにきっと Wait, where am I? 二度もれない Wait二度と戻れないくすぐりあってこぼれた日きっと想像したいように以上に騒がしい未来が騒がしい未来が僕を待ってる愛してるの響きが手で強くなれる気がしたよささやかな喜び子も潰れるほど抱きしめてWatch this while later, I'm gonna cringe. Also, my captions broke. There we go. Never mind, they're back. Captions, where'd you go? Captions don't go.こぼれそうかな思い汚れ Wait. 手がき上げたあの手紙はすぐにでも捨ててほしがいたのに少しだけにSinging in Japanese. I see the question marks. What is it doing? It doesn't know what I'm doing. It's like, what the hell is she saying? あの手紙はすぐにでも捨ててほしいと言ったのに少しだけ眠い冷たい水でこじ開けてI know how this part goes 今咲かされるように飛ばされるように通り過ぎてく I don't know that part 愛してる響きがね強くなれる日がしたよささいつかまたのこの場所で君とめくり会いたいどんなに歩いてもたどり着くけん I don't know what you're trying to say. Was that a link? I'm so sorry. I'll share this clip with my friends? Sure, no problem. I'm so sorry. It's so bad. Feel free. Feel free. It's okay. I don't mind. Share clips. Clip whatever you want. If I say something weird or if I do something bad, sure. I don't mind. It's okay. Daijobu. Wait. I know that part. Honestly, the only part I really know well is the I stay part. Let me do something else. Let me do another song. Let me do a song I actually know. Does anybody have any song recommendations? Otherwise, I'm gonna do like Take Me Home Country Roads again. I'm gonna do Take Me Home Country Roads. Country Toads? Country Toads? Wait. Country Toads? Country Toads? Hey yo. Country Toads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country Toads. I can sing like Toad, I can try. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. I can't sing like that. West Virginia, Mama, take me home. Country roads. I hear her play. No. I hear her voice in the morning. I can't do that. I can do an old lady voice. You like my old lady voice? This is my rich lady voice. I hear her voice in the morning and she calls me. The radio reminds me of a home far away. And driving down the road, I get the feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday. Country roads. This is my rich lady voice, by the way. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Very well. Ah, yes, quite. This is, to devastate the world from devastation, to recite the world and all of our nation. Jesse! Jane! That's my Team Rocket voice. Country roads. I don't know. I feel like whenever I sing, I don't have like a specific. I don't think I. It doesn't make sense. It's like, what the heck? Ooh, I wonder if they have this song. They do! I don't know these chords, so I'm gonna simplify them. つものざわめき新しい風明るく見送るはずだったのに生まれ変わずに君を見ていたえI don't know how this song goes 君が大人になくてその一声が悲しい歌で溢れないように最後に You know what this song's starting to remind me of? ありがとうごめんねだって言いたくて楽しみだねたいのは僕を別の夢を言ってたSometimes when I sing songs, it just starts turning into another song halfway through, and I'm like, man, what am I talking about? What if they have this song? Ooh. Holy moly. That's not it. No, these are tabs. I'm looking for the chords. Wow. I enjoyed your chatting. Basing his voice is also beautiful and lovely. Thank you. We're gonna go back to chatting. Sometimes I get bored. We're like, let's go do this. You know what? The song stuck in my head right now at the moment is the Setsuna Rinsa by Radwimps. Is it? I think. Maybe. Is it? Is it? What band is this? Oh, it is Radwimps. I was about to fall into this, but like I never crawl up over in Hollywood into it. That sounds fun to sing, actually. I was about to fall into this, but like I never crawl up. I should've been to Hollywood and met Eddie Murphy. He said, tickety-go, hey, mister, please entertain us. Well, I might be the only bitch who's sick and black of the thick and black and white. He has this totally. 探してないたら僕たちは寂しくないたら僕たちは Let me put away the guitar. But I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna do the chords. You know what I did? Hold up. Where are you? I asked the computer to randomly generate me a chord. And I want to know how it sounds. So, where did I put it? Oh, I think I put in here. I don't think my singing is that great. I need to practice. To be honest. Notebook. Let me look it up. 2025. Where did I put you? Ah, here we go. Let's see here. Oh, okay. What the hell? What? That sounds horrible. What was this? This is what happens when I get something to randomly generate me something, and it tells me, you know, it's a great idea. You know, it's a great idea. You should play this. It doesn't even give me 5 frets. It just says E, B, and G. Hey there, Delilah. Is it like in New York City? It's 1,000 miles. That's what it's giving. Hey there, Delilah. Is it like in New York City? It's 1,000 miles away, but tonight you look so pretty standing there. 1,000 miles seems pretty far, but we've got planes and trains and cars. I'd walk to you if I'd had no other way. Delilah, now I promise you that by the time that we get through, the world won't ever be the same, and you're to blame. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to That's what that reminds me of. What the hell? That's not... Each syllable corresponds to the note. That's not how a song goes. See? That's not even a correct chord. I was like, hey, give me some random letters. I'm gonna see if I can turn this into a song. And it's like, okay, here you go. Now I have this. That's what it is. It's like, no, that's not right. That doesn't make sense. What is this? Anyways, let me put the guitar away. Okay. We're fine. We're normal. We're so normal. We're so back. Yeah, so once in a while I like to do karaoke, and then once in a while I also like to do I like to do games. I like to do like a bunch of random stuff. I like to play. Wow, it's so awkward. Why is it so quiet? Hello. Hi. I was gonna do a theme. I actually had an idea for a karaoke, and I thought it would be really funny to do. So basically, I was gonna be like, yeah, let's pretend to be like, you know, those like wedding guitarists. I was gonna play a bunch of wedding songs, and halfway through, I was gonna be like, oh no, something happened, and then I was gonna play a bunch of breakup songs afterwards, because I thought it'd be funny. I have like themed karaoke playlist that I've been kind of writing out. Like I have emo karaoke, and then I have like Vocaloid karaoke, and then I also have like breakup song karaoke. I have emo romance, that's funny. I have sad boy funeral hour karaoke, and then I have like, you know, other songs. I'm just kind of categorizing them because I think it's kind of funny. It's like, it'd be a great song list to just do anime song karaoke or something like that. That'd be fun. But as you can tell, when it comes to certain songs, I don't remember how they go. I don't practice them. Especially it's difficult playing it on the guitar because you're sitting there like, huh, how does this song go? I don't know. How does that song go? I listen to it all the time. I listen to it like 40 times, and then when it comes to like actually play it, then I'm like, how did the chorus go again? Where did that part go? Isn't this so weird? Why does my hat do that? Why is my hat moving based off of like whatever I say? Isn't that weird? It's such a weird feature to add onto a live 2D item. To be like, hey, when you speak, that's gonna move. On a sun hat of all things. Sorry, but has it just turned Saturday over there? It's been Saturday for like the past hour, I think. It's been Saturday. Happy Saturday, happy weekend. It's been Saturday for a little. Yeah. It's been Saturday. Yeah, like the moment it turns midnight, I think people consider that the next day. Although I historically have had multiple problems with time. And when they say 12 a.m., my brain thinks 12 in the morning. Like, and then when they say 12 p.m., my brain does not equivalent that to like afternoon. My brain thinks that's midnight. Because for me, p.m. is like nighttime. So when they say 12 p.m., I'm like, oh, okay, like 12 at night. But apparently 12 p.m. is afternoon and 12 a.m. is midnight. And that's confusing. I have missed an exam that way when I was in school. They were like, haha. The exam ended at 12 p.m. And I was like, great, I have until midnight to do it. And then I go access it later on and it's closed. And I'm like, oh, uh-oh. So then I email, this happened once when I was in school. I emailed the professor and I said, hi, due to the weather, I had a blackout and I couldn't access the test. Can you reopen it for me? I'm so sorry. I had no power. And then they were like, oh, no worries, we'll open it up for you. We'll open it up for you for like the next 4 hours and you can just take it right now. And I was like, yeah. I almost failed that course, guys. It was so bad. It seems like your day and night are flipped. Yeah. Because I can't tell time. I can't tell time. I'm bad at reading time and telling time and all stuff like that, but that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. I don't... Maybe I should live in army time. Maybe I should live on a 24-hour clock. It's no longer 1:41 a.m. It's just 1:41, and then when it's afternoon, like p.m., it'll just be 13:41. Like army time, basically. Does army time exist anywhere else in the world except for the US? Like, do people in other countries use army time? Oh, East Coast. Hey! Is it like, are you 3 hours behind? Do you live like 3 hours behind? I don't know where you are. What part of the world are you from? I get a lot of people from all over the world. Hello, Mr. Baconator. Japan is about 13 hours ahead, so in a way the timing works out perfectly. Yeah! I mean, yeah, you're like... My nighttime is your daytime. The sun is on the other side. You said it was 1:41 a.m. That's what time it is for me, so we're taking time zone. Yeah, if you look at the top left, yes, left, that's my clock. My system clock. So it's 1:42 for me. I just stream late. So if you're like a night owl like me, or if you're somebody on the other side of the world and it's like, oh, this is a great time, this is the afternoon, welcome. I get a lot of people from like other countries because of this. They're like, why are you up? I'm like, I really don't know. I've had friends that I know who like see me on their like page streaming, or they get a notification and they're like, why is she streaming at 3 a.m. in the morning? And I'm like, first time. First time? Nah, that's how it goes. I have like, okay, I have an assignment due tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. It's due on Sunday at 10:59 p.m. I think, at the check. But tomorrow, I'm going to wake up. I'm going to lock in. You should do that? Yeah, I should. It's 15 pages of literature analysis. It's a 15-page essay that I have to write of a literature analysis, and I have only gotten the research part started. So I formatted it. I opened it up in, Google Doc Words, and then I wrote my first page, and then I wrote my you know, like an actual professional research article, like, you know, started off with like your title page, name, title, professor, school, and then next one, abstract. Making font slightly larger OP. I think they're a little bit strict about that. Like, you know what's the difference is that you change all the spaces. You do like command all, and then you select spaces and you change the space size to like 14. And then your text size, your font size is like 12. There you go. That's how you make it look like you have more words than you actually do. You just stretch out the... You can do two things. You can make the periods bigger than they actually are. Like, increase the period size just a little bit, and then maybe increase the spaces a little bit. Like, make the spaces a little bit wider. There you go. But no, it's like 15 pages, not including the references, not including the, like, other stuff, but... I need 30 sources minimum of references, so I think I'll have a lot to talk about, because it's just going to be a lot of talking about whatever I researched. It was like, you know, minimum 30 sources and 15 to 20 pages. And I'm gonna lock in tomorrow and I'm gonna write that. It's about food. It's easy. It's not that hard. It's talking about like food sustainability and like global resources, which is interesting. It's an interesting topic to write about. So I'm kind of, at least it's not a boring topic, you know? Like, I was reading the articles earlier, one of them, two of them in particular, about seaweed, and I was like, that's really cool. Did you know that they're trying to look for alternatives of uses of seaweed in replacement of food packaging to make it biodegradable? Or also using seaweed, because seaweed has a lot of antimicrobial properties for like gut health and like skin and all that. So they were trying to find different ways to include it in different types of foods, including like bakery products or like other stuff. So that's something that's interesting too. I recommend. There's a lot of really cool or interesting research articles out there regarding like different types of food. So this one in particular, in terms of like sustainability, was about seaweed and the different uses of seaweed. But there's also other stuff out there. There's one I was reading in particular about wetlands, swamp wildlife. They were talking about eating native wildlife swamp plants that are edible, and how people who lived like out there, like indigenous groups, would have it in their traditional like recipes and cuisines. And talking about how like well, there's a lot of issues when it comes to that, because first of all, you're thinking about if it's sustainability, like how are you going to, if this grows in a specific area, how are you going to transport this to other groups? This is just something that's local, that's like a viable product that you can introduce to groups, but when it comes to maybe people who live out by the city, I don't know if they would have access to those like foods. And things like growth, things like environmental sustainability and all that. It's complicated, but it's actually really interesting to read about. I don't know. Research is interesting to me, and I'm really happy that I have access to research articles as a result of being in school. So that's the one thing I will miss when I'm no longer in school, because then I'll be like, no, I cannot randomly search for random research articles and find things, right? I love learning. I love research. They're really nice. Anyways, hi, how are you? I was yapping about my school for a while. I feel like whenever I'm in, I open up Discord, right? And then I read the stuff that I send throughout the day, because I treat Discord like my Twitter space. Instead of actually being on Twitter, right? Instead of actually, like, you know, posting stuff out there into the mainstream, I just put everything on Discord, and it gets really confusing for some people because they're like, you know, I should be using social media more and making connections and reaching other people, but at the same time, I'm like, it's just so much easier to just post stuff within a tiny community and be like, haha, you know what's funny? This thought I had. And then I do try to post stuff on Twitter, and then like maybe 3 people see it, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm an influencer. I'm a celebrity. I'm kidding. It's always a fun time. Anyways, people who live in the East Coast like me, EST gang, rise up. Who's awake at 2 a.m.? Who up here up at 2 a.m., huh? I feel like not very many people are up at this time. I stream at a weird time zone where people who are up at this time are either in... What is that time? PST? This is a good time for PST people. This is a really good time for, like, GST, I think. I think they're like 5 hours behind. Or ahead. I'm not sure. I have some people in GST, and I'm like, why are you up at 7 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday? And they're like, oh, because it's nice. Also, people who do that scare me. Like, I have a friend who tells me that she wakes up at 4 a.m. in the morning to go do schoolwork. She's like, yeah, I go to bed at 9, so then I can wake up at 3, and then I can do schoolwork in the morning until 10. And I'm like, why would you do that to yourself? And she's like, well, I just focus better in the morning. I'm like, I focus better at night, to be honest. I focus better at nighttime because there's just something about night where it's like quiet and I can lock in. I can just study or like do whatever. But I do get that some people do feel a little bit more energized in the morning, but like not at 3 a.m. That's insane. Like, maybe at 10 a.m. that'd be fine. I think I'm more awake the moment I wake up. Like, for a good 10 minutes after I wake up in the morning, I feel the most energetic. Good day, how art thou? I'm good. I was reading a poem earlier today that was interesting. Something about, what was it? Yeah, it was a poem from Lost in Paradise. No, not Lost in Paradise, Lost. Paradise Lost, sorry. Lost in Paradise. Paradise Lost. Because there's this one quote that I really like from it. Yeah, my favorite quote from it is, the mind is its own place and in itself can make a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven. But yes, it's a really well-known poem by 17th century English poet John Milton. And it's about a story of the fall of Satan and the rise of man, and then the expulsion of the Garden of Eden. So basically it's about like religious stuff, but it's actually pretty interesting. But yeah, that quote that I just said is from the devil, and he says it because when he gets banished to hell, he says that as a way of being like, oh, you know, that's where the idea of Satan being really hot comes from, right? I don't know. I thought that came from Dante's Inferno. I thought the idea of like Satan being hot from like Dante's Inferno. Or that's the idea of where the circles of hell came from, right? I don't know. I feel like people have always depicted, what's his name? Like the devil as like attractive. I want whatever Dante was on. I want whatever Dante was on too. I want whatever whoever wrote the Bible was on. They were on something called the Holy Spirit. I remember, so I went to a yeah, I went to like a religious school and I was like, okay, who wrote the Bible? And they were like, oh, it's some, like, they don't even tell you who wrote the Bible. They were like, I think it was Peter, right? They were possessed by the Holy Spirit to write this thing according to like God's will or whatever. And first of all, I don't think it doesn't make sense to me because, okay, when I do that nowadays, if I were to write some novel and claim that it was some God's spirit who exists in 3-in-1 body, like a bottle of 3-in-1 shampoo, but think about that as like a person, and they possessed me and they wrote the most this most random story ever about the creation myth and how the world started. They call me insane. They call me a psycho. But when somebody does it in 500 BCE, they're considered the second coming. It becomes a religion that's widespread all around to the point that the Crusades were started over it. But when I do it nowadays, they think I'm starting a cult. What is this discrimination? Why can't we? And they call me insane. And they think I'm weird. When I write a novel and I say, because the voices in my head told me to write it. The voices in my head possessed me to write this. Why does everybody want a cult? What is this? It's been an ongoing thing for the past like couple of months and stuff. Everyone's like, oh. I joke about it too. I'm like, haha, we're in a cult, and everyone goes, yes, we're in a cult. Woo! Yeah! Well, I'm stuck in the basement. She won't let me leave, but we're in a cult. We worship. And I'm like, what is this? Why? Funny. I think it's so funny. Like a commune. Like Cult of the Lamb. I think actually a fun game to play, honestly. Cult of the Lamb. I think there is a Twitch integration you can do with Cult of the Lamb where people can add themselves with their usernames as actual cult members. And then you can like randomize it so that you end up as like a character in the game with your username. And then you're part of like the cult, right? Yeah, I've seen that too. It's really cool. I want to see more games that do that. Games that use Twitch integrations or like games that use interactivity with stream to make it more fun for viewers. Like Cult of the Lamb does that currently. I know I've seen some Minecraft plugins that do it too. I don't know what else. It's kind of hard to code, I get. But that's one of the fun things about Twitch versus YouTube. Like Twitch is nice because you can you can have more interactivity with streams, but YouTube is also good because you've got the whole people like the interface of YouTube better. I figured out how to do this. I was thinking of making a game where Twitch drives a car. Ooh. I don't know if that would go very well. I don't know if I trust chat to drive a car. I don't know if I trust you guys to drive. It's not because like one person's ability to drive or anything. I think like one person's fine. When you get like 5 people driving a car, then that becomes a problem because you have one person who's like, let's go left. The other person goes, let's go right. You should do an integration where everybody has to vote, like a poll constantly. Like you have 2 buttons, right? You have an input. Basically, it's like a Ouija board. Ouija board? Ouija board? I don't know how to pronounce it. You have an Ouija board, right? Imagine Twitch chat. Everybody gets like a steering wheel that you control with your phone or on your hand. And everybody's holding the lectern. you have like 10 people holding the plectern or the metaphorical wheel. Depending on the more people turning in a certain direction, that's where people are going to go. Right? That'd be fun. You have like 5 people turning one way and the other person's like, no, we're going this way. And then you're just like moving the wheel. That'd be kind of cool. Like, you know when you're doing the Ouija board and everybody puts their finger on the little plectern and you have to like drag it to different letters and be like, what's your name? And it goes to like spell out the words. Do you believe in that? Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in spirits? Do you think they exist? I think they... I don't know. I think the idea is nice. Just to be like, hi, ghost. How are you? But as in, like, actual ghosts, I don't know if they exist. There are people who will swear up and down that they do. They're like, they do. But then I'm thinking, do you know how many people there are that have existed in history? That's kind of hard. Like, imagine walking through France. You'd have more ghosts than people. You have more ghosts than people ever in the world. Go to any city. Go to any, like, ancient country, like Britain or France or, like, Germany. Do you know how many people there would be if you could see ghosts? It'd just be crowded. Or maybe it'd be like the fantasy type of ghosts, right? Yeah, like the people with unresolved stuff, it'd be a lot less. But think about it. All the people who died brutally in France due to the French Revolution, all the people who died in war, the people who blew up due to bombings and all that, like Hiroshima and all that, do you think they know? Do you think they were able to resolve their grudges? That they were, like, you know... They have unresolved issues. There are a lot of people who died in these wars. Like, what? I don't know if they would be able to pass on. Can you imagine, like... Be really confusing, right? Can you imagine being a ghost from that time period and you're like, darn it, I'm still stuck here. It's been 27 or like 500 years. And I think they'd be more confused than anything. They'd be like, what is this? I think it's really cute, a cute idea for people to be like, hey, oh my god, what are lights? Why? Like, it's really endearing to think about ghosts as like really curious cats. Like when they flicker your lights on and off, it's because they're confused about the lights. They're playing with the lights because they've never seen electricity in their life before. They're like, how does this work? You press the switch and it turns on, and you press the switch and it turns off. How does that work? And you have people opening the fridge and opening the cabinets, and they're like, oh my god, hinges, what the heck? That's so weird. And then like moving stuff around on your desk. They're just playing with things. They just want to like touch things. They've never seen this before in their life. They're like, what the heck? Paper. Paper's a luxury. Where I lived, back when I was alive, I've never seen paper before. Like this. This is a high quality paper. This would... Are you a noble, good sir? Right? I just like thinking of it like that, as if they were just really curious people. Just looking through your stuff, being like, huh, that's cool. That's cool stuff. If I ever had the ability to talk to ghosts, I think I would introduce them to the concept of a cell phone. You know how people always say like, oh, if I went back in time, I would give like a little peasant boy like a hot chip, and I would watch their mind explode. And I've seen people say the counter argument to that is like, I don't know if eating a hot chip would cause a little peasant boy's mind to explode. I think the little peasant boy has survived the plague. There's a lot more things out there that the little peasant boy probably has endured more than you. Like, they lived through the era of chimney sweeps and the Black Plague and all the stuff that happened back then, because hygiene was not the best. I don't know if a hot chip would knock them out, but I think the idea of it would be very funny. Make him play Beat Saber, introduce him to the concept of League of Legends. Make that kid a gamer. You won't. That kid will be the next Fate. Saber, no. Fader? Who is that League of Legends player in Korea? Fade? I don't know his name, I forgot. Reaper? I don't know. What saddens me is that people who require relationships, ghosts might follow around people and get attached to them. That's how... Isn't that the concept of ghosts, though? To, like, follow people around and be like... Some people, like, they have, like, resentful energy and then they, like, follow them around. That's a thing. Although, to be fair, the idea of, like, grudges from the past and being resolved through all, like, spirits and stuff has existed for a very long time. It's not, like, just the concept of ghosts and stuff, it's just existed for a while. Either through, like, some people believe in rituals, as in, like, burning sage, burning cedar, stuff like that. Through, like, ancient rituals, like, they say, like, cedar cleanses spirits. There's a lot of stuff out there. Honestly, I think it'd be really funny. Do you think, like, a Victorian kid would be good? Maybe if you start them young. Hey, kid, I know you'd be sick of people coming back in time to offer you hot chips and stuff, but I'm gonna introduce you to the concept of League of Legends. Come, kid, you're gonna become a Teemo main. You're gonna play. I wonder. That'd be funny. Little Timmy. There's a lot of interesting stories out there, like about, oh my god, my microphone, like I lean away from it and it sounds like, holy moly, wait. Holy moly. Wait. I've been speaking like this the entire time because I speak like in front of my microphone because that's where it's like positioned. But if I move in front of my microphone like this, like I'm directly in front of it, it blocks my face. So that's why my live 2D model's not working. But if I move in front of it, I sound so clear right now. Holy moly. I sound like 4D. This is amazing. Versus like if I was over here. I'm a little bit echoey because I'm like off to the side of it, but if I were to like speak here versus over here, can you hear the difference? Isn't that weird? I have very little knowledge of League of Legends and I'm not sure I want to know more. Yeah. I don't know a lot of the heroes in League of Legends. I only know like a couple. Because that's the ones that you start out with. And I know a little bit of the lore because I remember reading like some fanfic set in the like one of the worlds of League of Legends, but when it comes to like the whole entirety of the story, it's very confusing because there's a lot of different dimensions that each of these people come from and they're all like separate universes. Like you've got time travelers, you've got dimension travelers, you've got people from like different worlds, different universes, different like eras, and you're like, what the heck is happening? Different parts of like the world, all that. The lore of League of Legends goes very deep, apparently. Like in Arcane, the lore that they chose to focus on was Piltover, and that is just a very small fraction of all the characters in League of Legends. There's not very many characters who are from Piltover. And the fact that it's only like one aspect of it is just kind of mind-blowing. You're like, what do you mean? There's like more to it. There's like other characters and there's other storylines and it's just complicated. Yeah! Honestly, I don't know, it's complicated to me. I'm not too into League of Legends, so I know like surface level stuff. But I watched season 1 and I watched season 2. Season 2 was confusing. Well, not in a confusing way as in like I didn't understand what was happening, but more like, why did they do that with Victor's character? Because they basically said, yes, we're gonna take this guy and we're gonna turn him crazy. And he's just gonna become like a cult-obsessed leader who gets like brainwash / like, I've seen the universe, Jace. I know everything. When he touched the hex core. That was kind of weird. I was like, okay, like, I feel like that goes against his character in the first place. He did not act like that in the first season. It's like, who is this guy? Some of his characters kind of acted a little bit out of character, I guess. I don't know. It was weird. Same thing with Heimerdinger. He was like, bye guys. Poof. See ya. Oh, okay. I understand why they ended it the way they did, but I'm not very happy with the way they did it. Same thing with like catching up on a lot of series. Like I said recently, I haven't caught up on a lot of these mixed media projects that I've been like trying to keep up with, like Milgram or Alien Stage. I haven't even. I've been reading the comics that come out every Friday on Twitter for Alien Stage. And I have not watched the music videos on YouTube because I don't go on YouTube that often anymore. I go on YouTube once in a while to watch like a stream of like a VTuber. Because how I consume media is very confusing. I have heard neither of those, really. I feel like mixed media projects are very popular in Japan. Like, I follow a lot of them, like Paradox Live, Hypnosis Mike, Unstars, Idolish7, Undead, what others are there? Argo Navis, RIP, Paradise Live, yeah, I said that. There is the, I think, is Token Ranbu an anime, or is that like, I don't know. I don't remember. I think it's a gacha game. I'm trying to remember the other ones that I was following, but there's actually like too many to count. Yeah, Paradox Live is one of them. There's Dear Vocalist. There's a lot of them. But I usually just listen to the music. I don't really keep up with the storylines. But for Milgram and for Alien Stage, I've been trying to keep up with the storyline because I do find it really interesting. So, Alien Stage is a Korean mixed media, multimedia project started by two girlfriends, Vivinos and... Okay, one is Vivinos and the other one is... I forgot her name, oh no. Wait, are they both Vivinos? I don't know. Oh. I gotta look it up. Hold up. 1 second. Okay, if Vivinos is both of them, Oh no, Vivinos is one of them, Qmeng is the other. Sorry. Studio Lico is both of them together. Vivinos is one artist, Qmeng is the other artist. I don't know if you know My Dress Up Darling. Vivinos did the ending for season 2 of My Dress Up Darling. She has a very distinct kind of heavy line art style. If you look it up, she uses very neon colors, yes. That's Vivinos. Qmeng has a more like cool style. So Alien Stage is a project that they started with people who, they make music videos. They have people who sing for the characters and represent the characters. And it takes place through a storyline that's set through like these music videos essentially. Think of like, you know, Eve. Do you know who Eve is? The Japanese J-pop producer / singer / music artist, Eve. You know how he has his own universe? He has an animation studio that he sings songs for, and he has his own like series. Think of that, but there's a storyline to it, and each person is singing for their character, not just one person. is how I would put it. Which reminds me, do you think that in the sense of these multimedia projects, yeah, it sounds interesting. There's it's a, I don't know how to explain this. It takes place of these people participating on a stage in a universe set where aliens keep humans as pets. And they put their human pets in a competition since a young age to communicate or to compete with their singing. And the people who pass the rounds pass, and they're trying to find the winner. So that's why it's called Alien Stage. And the losers die, essentially. And the people who, like, all of these characters, since they've been trained together since a young age, they have relationships, and the main appeal of it is, honestly, most people's draw to it is because of the relationships. And I think it's a really good story about, like, humanity in times of when everything seems hopeless, like, humanity and life and love still carry on. Basically, it's a story about love, is how I would best describe it. Milgram is a story about these, I believe there's 10 or 12. There's a handful of prisoners who have all committed murder of some kind. They've all killed and taken another life. So that's why they're in this prison. They all woke up in this prison called the Milgram Project. And when they sing their song, it's them admitting to their sins, and you have to try to figure out, you vote online, whether each character is innocent or guilty. They had 3 trials. They started like 4 years ago, I believe. 3 years ago? Like 2023. It's actually a side project run by Deco Nina. You know Otoiro Project? Deco Nina, Deco27. He is the actual writer behind it. He wrote all the songs. So people who say like, yeah, Deco Nina, Deco27. Deco Nina is Japanese name. Because ni and na, like, you know, the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, yeah, that's why they call it Deco Nina. So if you ever hear somebody say Deco Nina, it's literally Deco27. Same thing with Kuro Neko. You know 96 Neko? Kuro Neko. Yeah, that's how you know. There's people who like put names. Or Hifumi, like the Ichni-san. It's Hifumi because of the alternate pronunciation. I don't know if you know that artist. They're also a Vocaloid producer. Hifumi. Yeah, you're learning. There you go. Yeah, Milgram Project is a side project run by Deco Nina, who is working, or like has been working on the project for a while, and basically based off of how people vote innocent or guilty, it depends and changes the way the story is influenced in the future. So right now they are on their 3rd trial, and they're finally revealing what everybody's case studies are. But yeah, it's a project that's been ongoing for a really long time. And it takes a while for them to, you know, produce songs and to write the storyline, but that's how it goes. It's ergodic fiction? That's neat. I don't know what that means. Ergodic? What does that mean? Like, it's like real time, right? It's like influenced by the audience. Yeah. So based off of like online voting, they have their own website. People can theorize what each character's crime was. Based off context clues, based off of what they say, based off the audio dramas that they released of each character, based off of like the music videos and the little hints that they put in, people can kind of guess what their crimes were and vote if they were innocent or guilty. Some of them, all of them aren't like cold-blooded killers. They all did something for a reason. So it's actually really interesting to see people go into the comment section of each music video and to like kind of theorize and go back and be like, hey, I noticed this little detail. They're talking about this and blah, blah, blah. So it's very, very cool. It's a very, very cool project that Deco did. Or Otoyo project. I think he has like a group of people doing like animation and like production, and it's very cool. And I was thinking, you know how VTubers have their own like music videos based off of their own lore and stuff? I guess in a way you could say that some people who are VTubers consider themselves, they can be technically considered mixed media projects, but at the same time they also stream, so they're more of like a live streamer. But I think it'd be a really cool concept for VTubers to do mixed media projects like that. You know, where they have like a lot of VTubers have like a lore, and then they have a lore video, and then they have like music where they talk about their lore and then stuff like that. So in a way it is like a mixed media project. It's just, it loses the fiction part of it because you're interacting with them in real time, and then the curtain gets pulled back a little, but it'd be interesting. Some even have fan games. I don't know if that counts. True! Yeah! Idolish 7 started off as a mixed multimedia project, and it started off as songs and vocal dramas, and eventually it turned into a rhythm game. That's how a lot of them go. They start off as like these projects where they do mostly voice acting. They have like some kind of storyline. It usually started off with like idols. Kind of like Love Live, you know? They have like Bendori, Cinderella Girls. They have like a storyline where each character, for example, has their own like goals and stuff. And you get to know them through vocal dramas, them interacting with each other, through songs and stuff like that. And depending on, sometimes they have like real life voting where you can vote for your favorite member if they're in a competition against each other. If they're in a concert, right? I know like Love Live has that kind of thing where they do auditions, or quote quote auditions where people pick their favorite characters to be in certain groups. Same thing with Idolmaster, I think. So they are influenced by audience voting, but characters are like chosen, and then they form groups, and then they have like their own vocal dramas, and every character has their own like little unit story, a little bit like Project Sekai. But Project Sekai is like established, and there's no vocal dramas or anything like that, it's just the game. But a lot of them did start off as like just vocal dramas, and they're releasing CDs with songs. And then when it gets popular enough and they have the budget for it, they do branch off and they make their own rhythm games. That's why there's so many rhythm games out there in Japan. You got like, you know, Hypnosis Mic with its own rhythm game. You have like, I don't know, Paradox Life got its own rhythm game. There's a lot of them. But if you're like, oh yeah, from the rhythm game, like no, a lot of them started off as mixed multimedia projects, but games are also a part of the mixed multimedia project. Very interesting. What was I talking about? I was talking about something before this. I forgot. Oh yeah, I was talking about how I was like trying to keep in contact. I was like, my method of like what I use YouTube for. Recently, I've been trying to get into like, I've been watching random people's streams. Cause it's funny. Like, I'll see people's clips on like YouTube, right? I don't really watch a lot of clips of other people that I don't know. I prefer, like, I have this experience where I'll see somebody, their clips on YouTube, like a couple of times, and I'll be like, oh, they look interesting. I'll look at their channel, I don't look at clips. Like some other streamers. Yeah, like all kinds of streamers. Sometimes I'll like pop into random streams on Twitch too, or on YouTube. Not so much YouTube. YouTube I find more like VODs and clips. Twitch, I catch people live because I'm like, hey, what are they doing? What are they up to? But not so much on Twitch. Mostly it's YouTube. But what I'll do is that I'll go into YouTube and I'll look at people's stuff. Because I don't think clips are a proper way to, I guess, see if you vibe with a streamer or not, because it's such a, like, a concentrated bit of their stuff. Like, I have to watch a single stream from like start to finish to get like a grasp of their content and how they are as a person, rather than like a clip. Because clips are usually out of context, like very out of context, and sometimes they're just odd. They're just you know, they're just there for funny. But if I'm watching somebody stream and I'm like, okay, this is what they talk about, this is what they talk about on the regular, this is what they do, that gives me more information than like a clip would. And usually I pick when they do just chatting streams versus like if they're playing a game, because actually no, it depends, because there might be playing a game that I'm interested in, but how they play the game is very different than maybe if they're chatting. Because like some people play games and they play it in like a different way than I would, or some people play, or like they do just chatting and they talk about like interesting things or things that are very different. I mean, like, I'm always in awe of certain people who are able to talk for like 10 minutes about nothing. I think that's very admirable. Like, at least with me, when I talk about stuff, it's stuff that I'm interested in and stuff that I'm in hobbies in. Like, the hobbies that I like. But there are some people out there who'll talk like 10 minutes about zippers. And I'm like, that's amazing. What do you mean, nothing? Zippers, or like, I don't know, something very random. I admire their ability to stay on a single topic for longer than 5 minutes, unlike me, because I change topics like so fast. I love watching my own streams, but at the same time, I'm like, girl, what are you saying? Wow, give us nothing. What are you talking about? Stuff like that. Fine with me, my attention span is like 0.00001 second. I don't know. Speaking on stream is changing topics is different than like having a good attention span, in my opinion, because nothing flashy is happening on the screen. Oh, my desk is so dusty. Nothing really flashy is happening. There's nothing to look at on stream. Maybe like my hat. Right? Look at my hat. It's so wobbly. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Like, the physics on this thing is insane. Woo! Yeah. Also, my floaty is like moving. So you got that. There's that, and then I guess I could flashbang you guys. There you go. Flashbang. There you go. There's your warning. 5-second delay. My eyes. Yep. There you go. You're welcome. Attention check. Attention check. Anybody? Bam. I think people who like are lurking in the background, or like they like watch my streams and they have me in the background, they just hear random explosion noises and they're like, what is happening over there? What the heck is she doing? Don't worry. Once in a while you gotta just scream randomly once every 10 minutes. Oh my god. I had this one idea that I wanted to do for a video that was like 10 hours of silence broken up by Kyo occasionally laughing at you. That'd be funny. You put this on in the background. You know those videos that's like 10 hours of silence that's occasionally broken up by like SpongeBob noises, or like ducks honking or something like that. First of all, why do people listen to those? And second of all, do people actually sit there and listen to the whole thing? Wait, what's a great idea? If you took like 5 of them and you played them all at the exact same time, and then it'll just be 10 hours just broken up every 2 minutes by something random. Like a completely random sound. 10 hours of silence broken up by the Wilhelm scream. Ah! The Wilhelm scream. Ah! I don't know how the Wilhelm scream sounds, but you can hear it. I would scream, but it's like 2:30 a.m. Unfortunately. I always say that if I lived by myself and I didn't have roommates / like people living next door, I would be louder and I'd be more like, I could do whatever I wanted. But unfortunately, I stream at night, so I have to be quieter. Professional upstairs neighbor. Yeah. I don't want to get yelled at. And I share a wall with my brother, so he has work on weekends. He has to wake up at like 8 a.m. So I don't want to be mean. Is it because of work that you stream at night? Yes, I do. Yep. I mean, on weekends I can stream for longer periods of time because I can just sleep in the next day. But yeah, mostly on weekdays I work. I work 8 to 5. And then I also have school. So some days I'm doing schoolwork, some days I'm doing, you know, chill, relax time. Me time. And then I get home at like 5:30. And I have dinner. And then I start stream. Yep, that's my schedule. I try to have a set schedule where I'm like, oh yeah, Tuesdays and Fridays I stream. Sometimes I miss those days. I'm like, oh, let's do something else. Let's stream on a Monday. So, it changes, it depends. I've been trying to keep it to Tuesdays and Fridays, but next semester, which starts again in the fall, it's like finals right now. Is it part-time or full-time school? I am taking 6 credits. In my school, that's considered part-time. I'm taking 2 courses per semester. So technically it's part-time, but then again you have to consider that full-time at my school is considered 3 courses. So that's 12. No, that's 9 credits. 9 credits is considered a full semester. 6 is considered part-time. And same thing with 3, but I'm taking 2. So I'm like, half? How many hours per week is that? I have no idea. They don't calculate it by time, they calculate it by, like, credit. Fair enough. I don't even know. Because I don't do the readings. I don't do the readings, I just do the assignments and I do the quizzes. And then, if I have to do readings, I'll just skim it really quickly. But, for the most part, it's been fine. This semester, I'm taking, like, summer courses, so they're all electives and they're really easy. But next semester, I've been saying this, but I have to lock in. I failed that course. They made me retake it. I was so sad. My course, my school, my program is very strict in that I have to have a 3.0 GPA at all times. No matter what. If I am just slightly under, they put me on probation status. So when I first started, I got a 75 in that course, and they said, oh, your grades aren't high enough. We're putting you on probation status, and if you can't fix this in the next semester, then we have to kick you out of the program. And I was like, oh boy. So then I had to petition my school. I had to create a petition to say, hey, life circumstances happened, so can I drop the course, reset my semester so that the grades no longer affect me, and then just start over the next semester? So that's what I did. That's what happened. And then spring, I believe. The spring semester I did really well in. The summer I did really, really well in. And so now I have to retake those courses this fall. And we'll see how it goes. But because I have the buffer of doing really, really well these past 2 semesters, I've been getting like 90s consistently, it should pad out and even out my grade. Hopefully. Also, because I've taken the course before, I think it might be a little bit better this time. But then again, it is statistics, and I do not enjoy statistics. That's horrible. Yeah, my program's strict. It was better when I was doing my other school, because they were like, oh, you need a 80 for overall for your major courses, but for any other courses, like your electives and all your other side courses that are not part of your core program, those can be a 75. And I graduated, well, I didn't graduate, but I finished that semester at school with like a 79, I believe, overall, and a 85 in my major program. And now I have to start all over, and now I have like a 90 A. I have an A overall. So praying that next semester I do well enough that it doesn't tank my score again. And we are going to struggle. Because I don't like math, I don't like statistics. I don't know how you do it. My sleep schedules is just the sacrifice. You know that one meme written by Shen Comics? Where he's holding a bunch of bricks and it's like, eat, sleep, work. And then he's got one block in his hand and he's like, well, I want to do this, but I don't know how to fit it. And then he's like looking at the sleep brick and he's like, that's me. That's me. It's, I don't think it's that hard. My program isn't too difficult and my work is super chill. So when I'm at work, I'll be working on school at the same time. I'm at work, I'm doing school, I'm doing streaming side stuff. I'm making thumbnails, I'm planning content, I'm doing other stuff. So it helps having a really chill job. I mean, waking up in the morning at 7 a.m. isn't nice, but at least I get paid, you know? And my work pays for my school. My work is willing to send me to school for free as long as I work full time. That's nice. They're really good. I don't mind. The moment I graduate, I think I finish in 2 years. I'm not sure. The retaking the semester is gonna mess up my schedule. I don't know when I'm supposed to like finish. I think in 2027. I'm not sure. I have to talk to my guidance counselor. But the moment I finish, I think I'll be able to change jobs. Hopefully. I don't know where I'll be then. For now, we just take it one at a time. I'll be here. I'll be here. People always say, like, that's an insane schedule. How do you do that? I'm like, it's not that bad. I only stream twice a week. I stream twice a week. I start streaming at 11. And then I stream until like 2 a.m. I try to at least. Maybe longer, sometimes accidentally. And then I go to bed, probably around 3. And I wake up at 7. And then I take a nap at work. And my manager hates it. I've been caught napping so many times. They're like, good morning. I'm like, hi. What are you thinking of changing to? Even without streaming? What do you mean? Like job-wise? I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I have an ideal job that I want to do because I know what I don't want to do. You know? I have things that I don't want to do anymore and things that I would like to do ideally, but I don't know exactly what I want to do. I know things that I just don't want to go back to. I don't want to go back to customer service. I don't want to have a job that requires me to talk to people, like, in person. I don't exactly enjoy, like, a straight up 8 to 5. Although I don't mind it, I have been getting used to the sleep schedule. I do kind of wish I worked a 9 to 5 though, like an hour later at least. I want a job that lets me work from home. I don't mind having, like, I like having a job that's like, I like jobs that lets me do like problem solving, that like they give me a task and they're like, hey, I need you to figure this out. Like, I like those. I don't see myself in this current job forever because it's kind of boring. As nice as it is right now for my current schedule, that I'm able to stream and I'm able to do school. I have that much free time. That's really nice for me. But I don't see myself doing it for 5 years or even 10 or 30. There's some people who are content to do that. That's not me. My current job, I file a lot of paperwork. They give me mail. I open mail. That's my job. They're like, here you go, open mail. I open mail. I give it to people. I go, here's your mail. Here's your mail. Here's your mail. And then some mail I have to keep. And then I have to enter it in online. I scan it. I put it online onto like a little database. And then I manage paperwork. That's my job. That's really it. That's all I do. It's just opening mail, waiting for mail, putting mail in envelopes, sending out mail, receiving more mail, signing things, managing paperwork. That's it. I'm so boring. But yeah, I don't see myself going back to customer service jobs. I couldn't. As fun as it is. How fast can I open an envelope? Sorry, stupid question. No, it's not stupid. There are no stupid questions here. I have an envelope opener. It looks like you know those seatbelt cutters? Have you ever seen those seatbelt cutters that look like a very close letter C, and it has a blade on the inside of the mouth? I can open letters really, really fast, like 5 seconds. Not even 5 seconds, more like 3. It's like, I hold a bunch of them in one hand and I just go through with a knife and I just open them at the same time. Like, I open one and I go through the one underneath and the one underneath and the one underneath. Very fast. I do have a mechanical letter opener though. It's just messy. I don't like it because I don't know how it works. It's like a machine. You stick the letter through and it basically catches the envelope. And then a knife like basically cuts through the thing really, really fast and the letter goes flying out of your hands. And then it leaves little paper bits all over your desk. And I'm like, aw. It basically cuts the very top off the letter really, really fast. That's how the letter opener works. It's like a machine thing. I don't like that. I tried it a couple times. I was just like, I'm just gonna use a knife. Would it not be cutting hazard? No, because where the knife is, it's like a circular saw. And where the knife goes, it's a very narrow entrance, so you can't jam your fingers in there even if you tried. It's very narrow. Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to take the part of your finger, like in between your fingers where it's really narrow, like, you know, the skin between your fingers, I guess if you really tried, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it. But no, your fingers are too wide to stick into the knife. Sorry, I'm clearing out my reward request queue. But yeah, that's my current job. I like my job. It's very chill. I'm getting a promotion apparently. Somebody at my work left, and then now they're reshuffling the entire department. Yay! So I will be moving upward slightly, but not that much. I'll be soon just doing more processing paperwork. Yippee! I will no longer be opening envelopes. I will be moving to processing paperwork, and that's it. That's basically it. I don't see myself having a heavier workload. I will just be doing a little bit more different things. Jealous of your job but not your hours? What do you do? Do you like... What do you do? Are you like part-time? I wish I was part-time. There's some times. Part-time, yeah. Fast food. Back when I used to work at a coffee store, like Starbucks, I really liked night shifts. They were like, yeah, come in at 3 p.m. and work until 8. That was nice. Hello, welcome. Selden Julice. Hi, how are you? I like those hours. Those were nice. I got to work at 3. I would leave at 8 because I would do the closing shift. And then when I was there, I would just disassociate. I would stand there. They would put me on register all the time because they always said I was too slow to make, like, drinks. They're like, okay, Kyo, you are going to be on register again. I'm like, okay. So then I stand there, and I'm like an NPC. People come up. They're like, hi, can I get this? And I'm like, sure. And then I'm also on warming, so they put me on the oven. That's my job. Back when I used to work there. And then I got to take food home because I work closing shift. So everything that they were going to dump out at the end of the day, I would put into a bag and I would take it home. I took so many drinks home. I would take the tea home because they dump that at the end of the day. I would take like the stuff that's expiring, like food that was expiring the same day. I would take that home too. It was great. I love the free food. Lucky. You don't get to take food home at your job? Isn't that the fun part of working fast food, that you get to take home leftovers? What do you guys do? But no, having an 8 to 5 is like, it's consistent, it's great. I got PTO and all that, benefits, but the thing I struggle with the most is just waking up. Just waking up in the morning at 7 a.m., especially if you've been staying up until 4 the previous night and you're like, That was me yesterday. I went to go lie down for a little bit. I passed out. I woke up. I passed out around 10. I woke up at 3 a.m. I got ready for bed. And then I stayed up until like 4 a.m. and then I woke up at 7. So I basically got like an hour and a half of sleep. But because I took a nap beforehand, I didn't feel as tired. So, like, me right now, I feel fine. I took a little nap at work. I'm fine. I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow, though. I'm gonna catch up on sleep. Because the past week, I had been going to a con. I went to Matsuri in Texas. And that was busy. I was up from like 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I had to wake up super early and I was like, oh, I'm usually sleeping in on weekends until like 3 p.m. Only a bit, we just throw out any extra fries in meat. You throw it out? They don't let you take that home? That sucks. I want to take home fries. What the heck? That sucks. Are you sure you're not an owl instead of a songbird? It's too late to rebrand. I mean, to be fair, I am up in the morning. I'm an early bird. I'm also a night owl. I'm both, unfortunately. I'm an early bird and a night owl. Me up at 3 a.m. Is this early or is this not like late? If I woke up at 3 a.m. I'd be early. But now I wake up at 7. I wake up at 7 a.m., go to work, start work at 8. It'd be great. My first hour is so boring. I'm like, why am I here? My workday doesn't start until probably around 9. There's no point in me being there at 8, but because of how hours work, we have to be there for 8 hours. The early late bird gets a sleep deprivation. True. Yeah. I tell people my schedule. I'm like, yeah, I'm in school and I work full time and I stream. And they're like, how do you do that? I'm like, I don't sleep. It's actually not that bad. I take naps a lot during the day. I sleep in on weekends. So that's why I don't stream usually on Saturdays and Sundays. Sundays I stream Saturday night. But during the morning/afternoon, I am sleeping. I sleep in. You scare me? No, it's not that bad. I sleep in. Saturday mornings, I wake up. It's like almost 3 a.m., right? Probably gonna sleep. I'll wake up at probably 2 or 1. I'll be up in the morning at like 1 p.m. That's my version of sleeping in. I'll be out for 14 hours catching up on sleep. I can't do all-nighters anymore. I feel super tired when I do. I used to. Back when I was in school, like high school, oh my gosh, I used to procrastinate on assignments and I would stay up all night. 6 a.m. in the morning. 6 a.m. in the morning, I'd be like, oh, well, if I go to bed now, I have to wake up at 7, so then I can't go to school, because then I'd sleep through my alarm, and then I'd be late. So, I'll just stay up. And then I would. I'd just chill out from like 6 a.m. to 7, and then it'd be like, well, it's time to go to school, so then I'd go to school. And I would go through school, and I'd be fine. I'd be awake. And then by the time I got home, I would go lie down on the couch, and I'd just pass out. And then I'd sleep until dinner time. I would wake up, I would have dinner, and then I would go back to bed. It was fine. It wasn't that bad. I miss being able to pull all-nighters back when I was in like my early days. Like after high school. I used to do that too. Also, back when I didn't have a job, I think I was more likely to stay up all night too. I don't know why. I was like, I have nothing to do tomorrow. I can just go to bed now and I can wake up the next day and I can do the exact same thing. But why am I up at 7 a.m. in the morning still awake? I would ask myself that all the time. But I don't know why I did that. Hold up, water. Damn, same here right now. What time is it for you? Restream. I've received 100 messages. I want to turn that off. I don't know why it says that. Still lurking right now? Lurking? No worries. Is it like the same time zone? Like 3 a.m.? I don't know. I would like to change my BGM. 3? Wow. Yep. Nice. Ow. Water break. Thank you. Where'd my BGM go? Is this it? No. 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 You know what? We'll just leave it like that. I was like, yeah, we should change it to BGM vibes. Do it again, I wasn't looking. I do not control that. Somebody redeemed a water break. Thank you, Celadon Julius, for the water break. I'm gonna drink water. I have set it up so that happens whenever somebody redeems a water break. Also, I do have a Twitch redeem. This is Bonk. Thank you for the water break. I'm gonna drink more water. Ooh. Are you guys excited for next season's anime? Okay. There's actually a lot of pretty good interesting animes coming in next season. I like how Budget Chat isn't from an early time zone, it's just sleep-deprived EST people. Hell yeah. I mean, whenever I find people to raid, especially, like, let's say I would go to, like, click the raid button right now. Like, I'm not gonna raid somebody. But when I look at people who are streaming at this time, the people who are out at this time are people who are not speaking English. A lot of them are from other places around the world, so. Actually, EST is, well, this is Saturday, it's a Friday. So there is a lot more EST streamers on right now, but normally on a weekday, it's dead. I have to raid Australian people. I'm like, hey, Australian person. Where are my AU people at? Versus, I don't know, raiding into somebody who's in, like, Germany. Am sleep deprived PST person. What time is it in PST? You guys are like 3 hours behind. I think it's 2 1. It's like almost 1 a.m. for you, right? People, you can speak Australian. Yeah, raise up lights. No. 11:56 p.m. My god. People who, I don't know, it's been a really long time since I've considered anything past 10 p.m. as being late. I'm like, that's early, what do you mean? For me, late is like 4 a.m. Going to bed before 2, that's early for me. I'm like, wow, I get to go to bed early and it's like 1 a.m. But that's me. I'm excited about being able to finish this damn tutorial. Ooh, I don't know what you're playing, but good luck. I remember that one trick. They said if you say raise up lights really fast, it says like razor blades in Australian really fast. Or, what's the thing that people say? I only remember soccer chants. That's what's in my mind right now. Or the Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. That's in my head too, whenever I think of Australia. It's like a mix between the Boston accent and the Australian accent, to be fair. It just lives in my head rent free. I used to sleep 10 to 6 for almost a decade, then I got into the real world. 10 to 6, like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's a normal sleep schedule. Unless you're talking about like 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's, I think you're a vampire. You might be nocturnal. You gotta clarify, a.m. or p.m. Or do you mean like 10 to 6 hours? That's different. My ideal sleep is like 10 hours a day, I either sleep 3 hours or 12 hours day to day. I could not. I can't function with less than... Well, I can't function with less than 5 hours of sleep. Then I get really tired. There's times when I have to do it, but then I take naps throughout the day. Like really, really short naps. I close my eyes for maybe 15 minutes, 5 minutes, and I wake up again and I feel better. But the moment I get home, I just pass out. Sleep should be optional. We got nerfed. Have you ever heard about the Russian sleep experiments? Have you guys ever heard about those? I think they were. No? Well, it's a famous story. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Wow. That's not bad. Wait, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 hours. That's not bad. Yeah, so the Russian sleep experiments is a story, not really a story, but it's an experiment that they did back in the, I believe the 80s or the 90s, where they took a person who voluntarily, wow, my screen's turning blue. They took a person, a guy who was like, hey, I will volunteer my body for science. I am going to participate in this experiment. So a team of a group of scientists basically tortured this one dude and kept him awake for, I think, total of 196 hours or something like that. It was a good, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks. And they wanted to see what would happen. So eventually, like, I think the story was like the first week he was fine. After, once it started getting into like the second week, he started hallucinating. He started hearing things that weren't there. He started talking to himself. Basically, he was going insane. And then they opened a rift in time and space. How they kept him awake was that they did various techniques. So they would put him in a room with no natural light. The lights would be on 24/7. They would dim the lights for, I believe, 15 minutes every hour to confuse the brain. And then they would blast really loud noises to just jolt him awake whenever they saw that he was falling asleep. They had him monitored through like a heart monitor, and then they had like the EMF, like not EMF, the brainwave readers, or like something along those lines, to kind of like monitor him. But mostly it was through like blood pressure, I believe. And they concluded, because it was only one person, it was like not a very effective study, but they did say that apparently at the very end of the study, he started like refusing to end the study. Like he was communicating with something that wasn't there. They've done this experiment, by the way, 2 times in the past. The first time was with this one guy who volunteered himself. The other one was with a group of prisoners, I believe. And at the very end, with a group of prisoners, I remember reading, was that they all say the same thing. They said, like, don't stop the experiment. Like, I wasn't done talking yet, or like something along those lines. Like, I'm so close. Like, I need to like learn something. I'm like, I need to hear this. And so, it's interesting. I recommend reading into it. It's like a cool story. Pretty sure that was a fake urban tale that varies from one person to multiple. Great early internet story though. True. Yeah, it's a creepypasta. I don't know if it's true or not. I know there was a lot of atrocious studies that they did on people way back in like the early 90s, right? That's how we know medical biological science, by the way. The reason why we know how to cut people open and they don't die is because of all these horrible things they did to people back then. Well, a lot of them weren't the greatest. Like, there are things that people did that were not medical related. They were just mean on purpose. They were just horrible people. SCPs? No, that's some interesting stuff. SCPs are very cool. You have random SCPs out there that are very cute, very wholesome. And then you have SCPs out there that are horrifying. And then you have SCPs that are just a lamp. There's an SCP that's just a lamp. It's a lamp in a room that's always on. That's it. This just exists. Or there's other SCPs that are kind of... There's this one I remember reading a long time ago that was super funny. It was like this SCP where they can generate worlds. And then they realized after like a bunch of years later, like in the near future, they visited and they were like, oh no, this one dude is creating these worlds from scratch for the past like 96 quadrillion years. Whenever they told him to generate a world, he's just building it from scratch. And they visited him and he's like, I've been building this thing for the... Man, I hate this. He's like, I hate it here. I hate my job. And then they realized what they were doing to this poor dude. He's like immortal and he's building these worlds from scratch with his bare hands. And they were like, oh no. They thought it was happening like, you know, it was just being procedurally generated. But no, it's just some dude creating these worlds. And they felt so bad. They were like, oh no, we have to stop this immediately. One of my favorites is the vending machine that gives you anything. Oh my gosh, really? My favorite is the one with the teddy bear. It's the teddy bear that heals people with its own stuffing. The Aquaticore is my favorite outside the Scarlet King. I don't know if I've heard of those. Are you talking about creepypastas or are you talking about SCPs? I don't know if I've heard about those. There's so many SCPs out there, they're just constantly evolving. It's 3 AM, I'm hungry now. Oh. I want a snack. But I can't, because it's 3 AM. SCPs? Ooh, I don't know if I've heard of this. You know what I had an idea for Halloween? Like, spooky month? Yes, snack? No, I can't. I can't eat this late. It's not good. It ruins my blood sugars, I guess? I'm supposed to digest at this hour. I can't have food. I stream at this time and I'm always like, wow, I feel really hungry all of a sudden. No, I can't. Search it up for the watch. Ooh, interesting. I will. Aquatic horror. SCP-1128. Anyways, what I had an idea for Halloween is that during Spooky Month, every Friday, I was going to... I gotta look at my school schedule, but I had an idea for October that every Friday in October we were just gonna do like a horror stream. So my current schedule that I was planning was that Friday, the October 3rd, we were gonna do Dreaming Mary and I was gonna read a bunch of creepypastas. I think the 10th I was gonna do Little Nightmares. The 17th I think I was gonna do Para Eyes, and then the 24th I have yet to figure out. And the 31st I don't know what I'm doing. Actually no. I think I said I was gonna do World of Horror. I don't remember. I have to figure out my schedule. I'm gonna read this. SCP-1128. Special Containment Procedure. Object Class Euclid. Written descriptions or imagery of SCP-1128's appearance or videos of the entity breaching. See Addendum 11283. Found outside the Foundation are to be destroyed. And Class C Amnestic. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Amnestics are to be administered to anyone exposed to such information or showing signs of SCP-128 contamination. A written description of the entity's appearance is to be kept at site redacted for experimental purposes only and is not to be read by anyone other than D-Class used for testing. If exposed, staff are to report immediately for administration of C-Class amnestics. Mobile Containment Force Kappa 12 has been assigned to intercept and redirect any and all water traffic that passes through their designated patrol area by any means necessary. Description: SCP-1128 is an entity that manifests as a massive aquatic predator to anyone given a full description of the being's appearance through either spoken written descriptions or visual depictions of the being. Persons infected by SCP-1128 will initially exhibit no abnormal behavior, though some cases show a general aversion to activities involving bodily immersion in water, such as bathing or swimming. Should subject ever be fully immersed in water, they will completely disappear under the surface of the water, regardless of the water's actual depth. In most cases, subjects will reappear moments later in a panic state and frantically try to leave the water, while in some other cases, the water will become polluted with blood and debris confirmed to be the remains of the subject. Ooh. Subjects that have reappeared intact claim that they were transported to a vast ocean where they are pursued by SCP-1128. Interviews with these individuals carry some risk of further SCP-1128 contamination, as descriptions of the being's appearance trigger further infections. What is this, Voldemort? SCP-1128 infection can be treated with Class C amnestics. As it appears, memory of the entity or descriptions of it are required for its anomalous properties to take effect. Addendum 11281. Testing with infected D-Class have shown that wireless communication devices function normally when used by submerged suspects affected by SCP-1128. See interview for details. Addendum 11282. Tracking devices affixed to D-Class used in SCP-1128 experiments reveal that submerged subjects are transported to an area within the blank ocean, not far from the coast of Redacted. Further investigation of these coordinates revealed the area to be data expunged. Mobile Contamination Force Kappa 12 Sea Devils has been assigned to keep unauthorized seafaring vessels out of this area at all costs. Note, that's where we've been setting these D-Class. How does a short-range wireless communicator get such a clear signal from that far away, Dr. S? Addendum 11283. Tests involving D-1732, who has been used for repeated SCP-1128 testing without administration of amnestics, was shown to be able to encounter the entity in bodies of water normally insufficient for bodily immersion. This effect became more drastic over time, with D-1732 developing progressively stronger hydrophobic tendencies. Claiming to see SCP-1128 from outside almost any body of water encountered by the subject, on blank days. Days after initial exposure, D-1732 was violently pulled into a glass of water by the Redacted. No remains were recovered from the incident. Staff witnessing the event were found to be infected by SCP-1128 and administered Class C amnestics. Containment procedures were then updated to include videos and descriptions of this event, and testing involved extended infection of D-Class was terminated. Interesting. Licensing and citation: Aquatic Cognitohazard Euclid Info Hazard Predatory SCP and Visual. That's cool. It's like, that's like the boogeyman, where they say if you mention the name or you even mention its description of the name, he will visit you. That was interesting. I like the one that gives you a hug. The one that's like, guess how big it is? I don't know. I love cognitohazards. Cognitohazards. Like, you don't know what they look like and they don't appear. But just like the idea of them and being watched. Yay, company, yeah, SCP. It eats blue whales whole. That's really hard to imagine because I've never seen a blue whale in person. That's like an outer god. that's not. Interesting. The concept of a being that large is very interesting to think about from a biological standpoint, because the reason why we don't have animals or things that large anymore is because we don't have enough oxygen to sustain a body that big. So the fact that a creature is able to get that large is interesting to me, because a blue whale has a heart that is huge in order to be able to sustain the oxygen and able to keep its blood circulating with the gravity of our current earth pressure. So a biology creature of our current oxygen levels, I'm not sure how it would be able to like sustain itself like that on Earth. I gotta sleep. Good night. I'm running on 2 brain cells. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Biggest mammal alive today, still nowhere near the large aquatic SCP. Exactly. From a biological standpoint, I don't know how that thing would be alive. That's interesting to think about. Realistically, that is the biggest any mammal or animal can get, is the blue whale. Like, if you get any larger than that, you will have heart problems because your body cannot sustain the oxygen needed to, like, keep you alive. So as interesting as this idea is, I'm not sure if it would physically be able to live in our current environment, you know? Knowing what I know about biology and science. But we will suspend biological belief and reasoning and be like, okay, sure, yes, this exists. Isn't that the idea of the back rooms, the cognito hazards? Where nothing is actually there, but you feel like something's watching you? It doesn't actually exist, but you feel like something's there. There's some bones found in Peru of a possible creature bigger than the blue whale. Ooh, but like they don't exist anymore. Do they? The ocean is a scary place. There's a lot down there that we don't know about. Although I don't think anything very large exists down in the Mariana Trench. Down in the Mariana Trench, the pressure is so strong that the things that live down there are very compressed, and nothing large lives down there, because to be physically that size and be able to live in an area that compressed, like the water pressure is so strong that I don't think anything large could live down there. So the possibility of something that large living down there doesn't exist. But maybe in the mid-levels where whales are, crab people, oh my gosh. Do they exist? You know, an urban myth that people believe in is like scalies, you know? People who are reptilian and they transform. And they blend among like our people. That's like a crazy theory that people have. Urban myths. One of the games I've been meaning to play is Urban Myth Dissolution Center. But I think it's really cool. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there that are just sound insane, but they're interesting to read about. They're little cool ones. What I like about the SCP kind of storyline is how, I guess, broad it is, and how anybody can basically create an SCP and write about it. Be like, yes, this thing exists, whether it be something like really mild, like, this is an SCP, it's a scarecrow, and all it does is just stand there. And then once in a while, it glows, and that's it. You're a talkative person? Maybe I'm an SCP. My SCP is that I talk constantly. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's really interesting how there's, like, it's a medium that anybody can add to. We need more simple SCPs and helpful ones too. Yeah, those are my favorite. The one with the bear that gives people and heals people with illnesses. SCP-555, the yapper, yeah. I'm pretty sure that exists out there. There is the one that hugs people, and it's like, I think it's like an orange blob, and it acts like a child. It likes to play. It's like a little jello blob, and it hugs people, and then it makes little noises. And then when yeah, orange glob SCP, my love. It's so cute. It hugs people. It wants to give you like a really nice hug, and then they said that afterwards, people's mood increases. Yeah. SCP-999. Uh-huh. That's so cute. I think, maybe. There's a lot of SBs out there. I don't keep up with them. I just like hear about them once in a while referenced. I remember there's one SCP that I was reading about that's called like the knee breaker or something like that. Essentially, it is a machine that was developed to be a torture instrument. And that's it. It's literally just a machine that you put like somebody into and it crushes their knees and their legs. That's all it does. And there's a video of it on YouTube where for some reason the voice acting is so bad up until the point of like his knees breaking, and then the scream is so visceral and like real that people are like, what the heck? Like it starts off like, this dude's faking, and then it goes to like the part where like you hear his bones crack and he just lets out the most like blood curdling scream you've ever heard in your life, and people are going like, oh my god, what happened to the voice actor? What happened to this dude? I think it's like SCP 8, 9 something. I'm not sure. You'd have to look it up. It's like SCP Bone Crusher, Knee Crusher or something like that. There's like some things out there where people put their heart and soul into that. You're like, I don't know how they made that noise, but impressive. Like the Wilhelm scream. I don't know how he made that sound. But it's so iconic that you hear it just a little bit and you instantly know what it is. I like how I said like 2 hours ago I was gonna take my med. And I didn't. I forgot. I actually don't know a lot of SCPs. I know about the peanut. Apparently the peanut is based off an art sculpture by this Japanese guy. He created it as like a statement about nuclear war. And apparently that thing has like, from the angle that they have the SVP photo, you don't see it, but from the front it's got a what image. It's got an ass. I like that simple. Imagine SCP that's a lucky coin that only knows the truth to everything, but only answers in heads and tails. Downside, steals life from the user over time. Interesting. With simple SCPs like that, it's hard to tell like the effects over time of like what it's doing, you know? I wonder how long it takes for people to realize that things are like SCP. They're like, wait a minute. Or even the idea of SCP in modern times, right? Where, have you heard about things like cursed gems or cursed mirrors or things that have been heirloom passed down? Like, when they finally opened this pharaoh's tomb, they had a lot of rumors around curses and stuff like that when people would rob tombs and the people would mysteriously die in random circumstances. Or they would say, this is a cursed mirror that anybody who inherits this, it's been passed down to multiple people. And every single person that's bought this mirror or gotten it or received it in any capacity has just died tragically in some random accident, a freak accident, out of the blue. You know? It's interesting to think of those as SCPs. Even if it's just mere coincidence. Like you hear about those kind of stories in Sherlock Holmes, where it's kind of like, hey, this person, these all people who have received this thing died in mysterious circumstances. Then Sherlock Holmes comes along and he's like, they didn't die in mysterious circumstances, they're all connected. And people go, what do you mean they're all connected? Stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to think of it like maybe it's not all connected. It'd be interesting to come up with a story that's, maybe it is the object. Who knows? Right? Like the monkey's paw. Bloody Mary? Yeah. Bluebeard. Pandora's box. Stuff like that. the original Cinderella, the tale of the dancing red shoes, those can technically be considered SCPs if you really tried hard enough, right? The one where the little girl receives a pair of red shoes that come to life, and when she puts them on, she's forced to dance forever. Until, like, they cut her feet off. and then her feet run away, quite literally. With her feet in the shoe. Yeah, Grimm's tales were dark. It's connected to a bigger SCP known as a collector. Interesting. I want to make an SCP now. Sure, you can. I think it's a good writing practice if you want to get into, like, horror writing, especially. There's a lot of people who get into horror like that. Slenderman? Yeah. Although Slenderman is an entity, rather. Well, true. SCPs can be entities, and SCPs can be objects. So, true, yeah, Slenderman. Things like Weeping Angels, Slenderman. I don't know, anything that exists out there, like Mothman. They used to be called cryptids back then. These types of fables and creatures, they used to call them cryptids. Nowadays, I think people don't really talk about cryptids anymore, like Bigfoot, chupacabras, all these types of, like, mysterious creatures and myths and beings. There's, like, an alternate now called, like, SCPs. So it's interesting how it's evolved over the years, because nowadays, the Jersey Devil, not the team. Well, chupacabra. That's the colloquial term for years for it. Yeah, the chupacabra is a legendary creature, or cryptid, in the Americas. El Chupacabra. The Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil is a creature in South Jersey. Yeah. The Jersey Devil myth. Interesting. Or, there's a lot of them out there. I remember, like, when I was a long time ago, I used to be really into, like, supernatural stuff and reading about these. All these different types of myths. Although most of the stuff that I read was mostly focused towards the northern, like, North America. I recently started branching out into reading about myths and supernatural creatures in Japan and Korea, because those are also interesting. Also, like, in Taiwan and also some places in Southeast Asia, they also have their own quite interesting tales. Like Kunti-chan, who is like a lady who follows you around. Or there's a lot of Malaysian myths, actually, that are a lot of them are related to women. I forgot there's one specifically about a nail, which I think really funny. So she's like a female ghost, right? And the idea is that when you stick a nail in her head, she becomes a normal person. She basically becomes like a domesticated wife. She's just a lady, she's just a girl. But the moment you take out the nail, she becomes like a really scary, like, ghost that eats you. But the purpose is basically just, like, stick the nail in her head and you give her a lobotomy and she becomes like a normal person, and it is possible to like marry her and stuff like that. That's like part of the story. I actually don't know what the origin of that story is, but I just know that apparently when you stick a nail in her head, she becomes normal. But is she a ghost? I don't know. Is she considered a ghost, or is she considered like a person now? Does it transform her into a human? Many questions. What's really interesting about Japanese myths, there's actually a lot of, what's it called, manga and anime regarding Japanese myths, which is probably one of the most prevalent, what's it called, the best way, I would say, to get into those types of myths. Like, you know, in the US they have SCPs and whatever, cryptids, books. In Japan, they have so much anime and manga written about the subjects. So I would recommend reading about them if you want to get into Japanese folklore. One of my favorite animes of all time actually is Natsume Yudencho, which does talk a lot about those types of creatures. Also, other ones include, what's it called? Mushishi. Also, Mayonaka no Occult is one that I recently was reading. Fukigen no Mononoke. There's a lot. I was reading one about like a zookeeper, but the zoo itself takes care of like these Japanese folklore mythological creatures, and it talks about the care and keeping of these creatures, which is interesting to think about. Can you imagine putting like Slenderman in a zoo and being like, look, it's Slenderman. We keep him happy. He visits children once in a while and he waves at them. But we keep him behind bars. That's how we keep him safe. Stuff like that. Can you imagine? That's basically what that manga was about. This one is domesticated. They're very nice. We satisfy their needs by doing something similar. Maybe they have an urge to go gambling. They really like watching this, so we put on it for their TV show. Yeah. Or other types of myths that are very interesting or obscure. I mean, the most common ones you hear about in Japanese folklore is Yuki Onna. Or, I don't know, the funny ones with the lady with the long neck. I think her Yukibi Onna, I think. I don't know for sure. There's the one with like the really wide mouth. I forgot her name. Some of them were really cute. There's a lot of cute stories, little short mangas about them. Like, I think there's like one of them about a high school girl who is a rokurubi with the long neck, I think. Or another one where the girl has like a split mouth. Or the one where she has like a face on the back of her head, I think is another common one that I see in like these types of slice of life / modern high school horror / supernatural type of mangas. I think they're cute. I like thinking of like, hey, what if these creatures were not murderous, and what if they were just normal people with this type of affliction? What if they're just like that? You know, that's just their normal life. That's how they look. And they don't eat people who are just scared of them. I think that'd be kind of cool to think about. Also, I have to go to the bathroom. But also, it's like almost 4 p.m. I'm gonna have to go soon. I don't want to stay up until 4 a.m. Also, making your own monster sounds interesting, like flying spider scorpions or moving tree parasites that stick branches in people by luring people and animals close to it to meld with the living. Interesting. Ooh, you want to see really cool monster designs? I highly recommend you look into... let me see. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, the Spirit Hunter series. I highly recommend you look into... Whoa, my god, I scared myself. I highly recommend looking into the Spirit Hunter series. It's a visual novel, but look at the monsters. They look so cool. My favorite is the Screaming Author. And also the Chewing Bride. Highly recommend looking up that series. I was gonna play it, but then to finish the game, it takes like 26 to 30 hours, and I'm like, I am not finishing that by October. But it's really cool. It's a really cool visual novel game. Even if you don't enjoy visual novels, just looking at the character designs on its own is amazing. They look so cool. Gotcha, not tonight, in the morning? Why? They look so cool. They're not scary. Are you the type of person to be scared by like creepy pictures? They're not that bad. They just look a little interesting. Here, I will describe it for you. I'll describe it for you so that you're not shocked. They all have their own tragic stories. It's really interesting reading into the lore behind why these creatures are the way they are. Also, spoiler alert for the game. I spoiled myself because I really wanted to know. But each of these creatures are that way because they are tormented souls and they held a grudge against the people. I'm scared of the dark and it amplifies the horror stuff? Really? I don't like the dark, but I don't mind horror. I don't mind horror and I don't mind, you might think this is really weird, but when I would have nightmares as a kid, and I would see things at night, when I closed my eyes, I would see like an imprint of like a really creepy smile and eyeballs in the back of my head when I closed my eyes. Like, think of like an image in the dark, and somebody took a picture of the flash on, but all you see is the reflection of the eyes and the teeth. That's what I would see at night when I closed my eyes after a nightmare. What I used to do is I would imagine myself changing channels. Like, if my brain was a TV channel, I would just pretend that I'm holding a remote and I'd just go like, click. Next channel, please. And then it would go away. And if it came back, I'd be like, dang, this TV's possessed. Change the channel. And then I would just stop thinking about it because I'd be like, I'm changing the channel away from this. We're going to start thinking about fish. And then I would stop seeing it. I would imagine static, like TV static. And then I'd start like thinking about other stuff. And it would go away. It's like, I don't know. I would rationalize things in such weird ways to get rid of stuff. I'd be like, okay, I'm changing the channel now. Or, But another one I used to do was I would stick my finger, like my pinky, in my ear. Not like too deep, but like I would stick in there. And then I would pretend like I'm emptying my brain out. I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna stick my finger in my ear, and I'm going to imagine every single thing that I've ever thought of that's related to this memory. I'm going to imagine it pouring out of my ear, just coming out of my head, and it's going to be gone forever. Like, this specific memory, I'm going to think about everything related to it. I'm going to pour it out of my head, quite literally. So I would pretend like I'm removing a screw, and I just pour it out of my head through my ears. And then it would just be gone. I'd forget about it. It doesn't exist anymore. So sometimes at the end of like an event or something embarrassing that happens to me that I wish to forget, I would just do that. And then now I no longer remember things. So if ever in the past I'm like, wow, I have a gap in my memory, what happened? I have forcefully made myself forget that incident. So it's not until I read diaries or something that I'm like, oh yeah, that happened. Why did I forget that? I don't know, I've learned hypnosis or something. I just imagine something out of the corner of my eye watching me with a sinister smile that looks painfully uncanny. For me to get over, I think about making a hot woman. And I'm Glenn Quagmire. Oh my god, you're just standing there like, giggity. That's funny. Go away, I'm imagining a hot lady. One time I woke up and I was like sleep paralyzed. I had a sleep paralysis demon once. Only once. I was kind of sad that never happened again. I woke up one time. I woke up early. I was in my bed. The sunlight was streaming into my room. I think it was about 9 a.m. They made a skit of that. That's so funny. Not now, demon in the corner of my room. I'm imagining a hot woman in my dreams. But yeah, I was waking up in the morning. I was lying in bed. It was like almost 8 or 9 in the morning. I remember being early because I was like staring at the sun. The sun wasn't that bright, that high enough in the sky, but it was bright enough that it was shining through my window. And I couldn't move. Like, my eyes were open. I could blink. I could move my eyes around, but I could not, like, move my body. Oh, the demon is the woman. Oh, cool. Oh, you think about making the demon the hot lady. Oh, cool. Why does the demon have to be a lady to be sexy? I think it doesn't matter. The demon can be a hot shadow entity. and be like, hell yeah, you know? I don't know if you've ever watched the show called American Gods, but there is this one scene in the first episode where, is it Aphrodite? I forgot. One of the gods. There is this one specific scene. I like women. There is this one scene that lives rent-free in my head where it's a very explicit show. So she's like with a guy, and then eventually you see him getting absorbed into her through like that down there. And it's really cool. It's like the opposite of a birth. Like his legs get sucked in, and then his like torso, and then his arms, and the last thing to go is his head. And he doesn't realize it's happening until the very end. Isn't that cool? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that such an interesting like clip? Or like an interesting visual? They describe it in the novel, but I recommend like looking at the video out there. If you search like American Gods, something like that. It's really cool. It's really interesting. It's like an unbirthing. It's like the opposite of birth. Absorption. Anyways, what am I talking about? I was like lying in bed, and I was like sleep paralyzed, and then I had like the feeling of like something in the corner of my room like standing behind me, kind of. Just lurking in the corner, just a dark, tall shadow figure. Just some dude. And I just remember just lying there, thinking at the thing, just like trying to like say, hey. Being like, oh cool, hey mysterious stranger, what you doing? What you up to? And then I remember being like stun locked for like half an hour, just lying there really bored out of my mind. It wasn't scary or anything, I just remember being like, I'm stuck and I can't do anything, I'm so bored. And then I think I ended up just like lucid dreaming. That's how boring it was. I was like, what am I gonna do later on today? What's that novel I was reading? Maybe I should pick that up again. Just stuff like that. And eventually it disappeared and I could move. But that was a weird feeling. Just some guy standing there in the corner. Just not saying anything, just standing there quiet. I like the idea of a sleep paralysis cat. I like the idea of sleep paralysis cat. Like, the reason why you can't move is because the little shadow cat is lying on you. That's cute. I mean, like, oh, I can't move because the cat's on me. I think I had a sleep paralysis moment, but instead of a shadow figure, it was a moderately attractive woman on top of me in bed, and I woke up in the position as a dream. Like, I was in that position already before waking up. Interesting. I like the idea of a cat, though. There was a story I read, like a novel, where one of the horror stories was scary as a kid, tease as an adult. Yeah, probably. I don't really get dreams much anymore. I don't get scared by horror things anymore. Maybe, like, if it's really horrifying. But after a while, you've seen it all. I think I've Pavloved myself out of horror responses by reading too much horror manga. You read a lot of horror manga and you see all the different forms that creatures could look like. And then you're like, well, you've seen one, then you've seen it all. I mean, the things that still creep me out nowadays are like things with too many eyes, because I don't like holes, like tryptophobia. I don't like that look. It doesn't matter if it's not scary, I just don't like the idea of that many eyes looking at me. Or like, just general. Just a bunch of little things, dots. Like, if you were to show me an image of pores, I think I'd be like, ugh, you know? I just don't like that. But it's not scary, it's just unsettling or gross to look at. But, you know, there's only so many creepy things that you can do as a horror illustrator / author. You have to suspend your disbelief when it comes to horror, honestly. I have dreams all the time. I hate them because most of them come true. It really is with me. Because sometimes I can tell dreams from reality. You know how they say when you're in a dream and you can talk to people in the dream, don't tell them that you're in a dream? I've never experienced dreams from first person. My dreams are always third person. Like, I see myself as if I was watching a movie. The POV is from it's from a different source. Like, I'm looking through like a third person view. Like, I can see myself doing things. I did that. Don't do that. Why? Oh, you mean like talk to strangers and tell them that you're in a dream? Yeah. Number one way to tell if you're in a dream or not is just look at clocks or look at numbers or read. You can't read in dreams. If you try really hard, you find it doesn't make sense. But I dream in such third-person ways that I can't influence dreams, no matter how hard I try. I just watch them like I'm watching a movie. And then I wake up like, wow, that was a fun movie. When I finally woke up, I thought I was in the dream. You know what sucks? One time I had a dream where I woke up. I'd had a dream where I woke up and then I went and got ready for my day and I went to school. And then I woke up and I was in bed and I had to get ready for school again. I was so mad. I was like, I just did this. I can sometimes, not always. I've never been able to influence a dream. I had one dream that was so vivid. I just remember waking up sad. I had a dream where for some reason, for some unknown reason, I was like, I'm going to become homeless now. I'm going to become homeless now. I'm going to go live on the street. So I was packing my bag in my room, taking what I considered my dream me considered to be the most essential. And the essentials that apparently dream me thought was necessary was 5 black pens, no clothes, a granola bar, 3 chocolates, a pillowcase, and like a toothbrush. And I'm like, what kind of essentials are you doing with this? And I was like, I'm gonna go become homeless. I'm gonna go leave and become homeless and live on the street. I guess I'll take this stuff with me. I'm like, why are you leaving your house? You're in your room. And that's how it feels being in my dreams. Like, I'm watching myself in real time doing this, but I'm in the back of the head just screaming. Like, stop! What are you doing? What's happening? But I can't change anything. It's like watching the TV through your own head. I had a dream of running out of a house and waking up out of a bed 9 times while seeing scary stuff. I don't see scary stuff in my dreams. The scariest thing that's ever happened to me in a dream was, 1, my dad yelling at me. But he was a head. He was a floating head in my dream, yelling at me. This was a kid. This was me as a kid. Like, I had dreams about my dad yelling at me all the time. To be fair, I was like 6 or 7. The other one, I think I watched too much Magic School Bus, but I had a dream where I was on the Magic School Bus and this giant praying mantis, like taller than the size of skyscrapers, chasing after the bus that I was in. And I, for some reason, was in the Magic School Bus. Hey, look, there is like this tiny little thing dangling from my lamp. It looks like a spider. It looks like a baby spider. Wait. Can I touch it? I can't. Oh, it's so tiny. It's like a really teeny tiny spider. Cool! There's 2 of them. Wait a minute. Hold up. I've got like a web in the corner of my room. I just noticed that. What the heck? Hold up. Let me turn on my flashlight. I need to look at this. Oh, it is. They built a web in the corner of my lamp. I just noticed that. There's like a teeny tiny little web connected to like the rim of my lamp on my desk. And then to my tripod in the corner. And to my laptop stand. Cool. I'm like, I just noticed that. I've got a little spider web over there. Hands through walls and recently deceased grandfather telling me to run while something reaches out of him. All just one dream. Great ideas for horror materials though. True. I had a dream where I was checking into a motel. To some really fancy hotel in the middle of nowhere. But the hotel was like a really old capsule hotel from the 60s with... I could remember this hotel in great detail. It's got these really pretty ruby red jewel-toned carpets. And like emerald green wallpaper with gold embellishments. And the receptionist wasn't there at the hotel. Sorry, I'm staring at the web. I'm trying to see if there's a spider over there. What's my best dream? I don't have a best dream. I remember some of them in great detail. My favorite one, maybe, was one where I had... where I was in it like an action movie or something. Something... I was like breaking into this facility. And I was trying to like steal something, and I just remember the action part of it where I was like climbing through the vents of this thing. And then just before I managed to escape, I woke up, so. I just remember like doing like a heist type movie kind of thing. That was fun. I have dreams like movies, essentially. For me, my dreams are obviously vivid like real life. Oh no, I know I'm dreaming, because that doesn't make sense. Like, in no universe or no like current world would I be doing this realistically. So I know it's a dream instantly. I'm just living through alternate universes. Like, one dream, I'm, for some reason, a paranormal investigator at a rusty old hotel in the middle of nowhere. But the hotel looks super fancy and like things are going on there that are spooky. And like, I remember in detail every single person I met in that dream. Like, the janitor, and the housekeeper, the roomkeeper, and the way that the place looked, and then like the very specific closet. Or my action movie dreams, or one that I was getting kidnapped in. I had a dream where I was getting kidnapped, and that was scary. Like, I had a dream where I was like in the back of a van getting driven in circles, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And then I woke up. Or I've had dreams where like I've been falling, and I don't know why I'm falling, but I know that I'm like falling somewhere. Or dreams where like I jump off a cliff. I have one specific dream from my childhood where I'm standing at the top of the stairs of this giant manor. The stairs are like 40 steps. From the top, it doesn't look very high. It looks like maybe 10. But the moment I jump off the steps, the stairs just start stretching, and it feels like I'm jumping off 40, like a huge ledge. And I remember slowly falling down those steps. Like I'm taking a huge leap, and I'm flying over those stairs. And that was the dream. That was it. That's all I remember. I'm just standing at the top of the steps, just jumping down. Don't know. Very weird. How would you feel if you met someone from one of your dreams in real life? I don't know. I feel like my dreams are like deja vu. Like, I'll have specific instances where I'm like standing there staring at like the sidewalk, and then a couple of days later I'll be standing there staring at the same specific sidewalk from my dream, and I'm like, I've been here before. And that's it. That one specific moment, I'm like, I've seen this specific stair. Like, I've seen this crack in the sidewalk before with the flowers. I know, I've been there. I remember that from a dream. And that's it. It's just the most mundane thing ever. I don't really meet people in my dreams, and even if I do, I don't remember their faces. I don't remember faces, but I remember how, like, they acted and how they spoke and the clothes that they wore. And, like, what kind of impression they vaguely gave off. Like, were they tired? Were they old? Were they young? What did they look like? What did they act like? But, like, if I were to imagine a specific face with a specific facial feature, it doesn't exist. Spiral staircases are, in opinion, underrated. Yeah. I think they're a great way to save space, honestly. How would you feel if you met somebody in your dream? Have you guys had any weird dreams? I've had that happen to me too much. It's still a problem. Meeting people in your dreams? That'd be interesting. You know what a real life nightmare is? Seeing like a little egg sac and then touching it and then like a bunch of billion of baby spiders just pop out of that sac and they scutter away into the distance and you never see them ever again until like 3 months later, then you start seeing tiny little spiders all over your house. That's real. That's real. That happened to me 8 months ago, and now I'm still finding tiny little baby spiders all over my house. I'm like, tiny little baby spider on my bed. Tiny little spider hanging from the ceiling. Tiny little spider, like, in the corner of my room. I'm like, I know where you came from. I birthed you. You came out from that little egg sac that I touched. And then you all scuttered away. I still find them around the house. Our? Yeah. They share the house now, but they don't pay me rent. I leave them alone. They catch bugs. The ones that are in the corners of my room that I can't reach, like in the top corners, you know what? They're smart. They picked a place that's out of reach. They don't bother me. I don't care. The ones that are in my way, in my problem, like this one that's currently on my lamp that I'm staring at, they're the problem. I need to get rid of it. I think after this stream, I'm going to go, like, stick my hand into it. Most of the weird dreams I had were from when I was young and I don't remember them clearly. Really? I've tried to make it a habit that the moment I wake up, I try to remember every last thing that I remember from the dream and I try to write it down. I try to write it down because I want to write it down for like a story purposes because I'm like, I try to go back to sleep, especially when I have a really good dream. I'm like, no, it was getting to the good part. I want to know how it ends, but I never figure out how it ends. And I'm gonna get really sad because I'm like, I want to finish the story. Like, it just ends on a cliffhanger. Do I make it out? What happened to that person? Did they survive? Stuff like that. Let me go stick my hand in the spider web. Oh, wait, where are they going? No, they fell. Hey! Whoa! Whoa! It's so cool. Hold up. Look at this. Oh, you're so cute. You're so tiny. Wait, look at this. Wait, you guys can't see it. Ooh, I feel you. Did you disappear? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. There you are. There. It was this really teeny tiny microscopic transparent looking spider hanging from my lamp. And then it was dangling from a web on my hand. And then it dropped onto my desk. And I picked it up and it was crawling along my hand. They're very tiny. You can't feel tiny spiders when they crawl, but you can see them. It's really transparent. That was kind of hard to see because my room's kind of dim, but very fascinating. Hold up. I think there was 2 in that nest. I just lost the second one. Darn it. Now I got like a baby on the loose. I can't find the second one. I only got the first. Okay, let me go... Penny spiders? I don't know. It's like a little... It's smaller than the size of my finger. Think of like, what's a good equivalent? Smaller than the tip of a pen. A very teeny tiny, like, transparent spider. It's a baby. Baby spiders look like this. Baby spiders are very transparent, and it's not until they get older that they develop, like, a darker exoskeleton. I think it recently hatched. I don't know where it came from, though. Let me, I don't know. I need to go wash this down the sink. I'll be back. Oh, I can't find it. I'm back. I know they're so cute though. Yeah. I mean, I got one of them. I can't find the second. It escaped. Now I'm gonna have more tiny baby spiders in my room that'll just live here now. This is what happens. You know, one time I was upstairs. I was in the kitchen. I see this tiny, tiny little thing just hovering like right next to my head. I look to the side. It's a teeny little baby spider just hanging by a thread from the ceiling, and I'm like, what the heck? So like I reach out, it lands in my palm, and then it like detaches from its thread and it just starts running around. So cute. You can't feel tiny little spiders when they're that small. Hi back. Yes, I'm back. You can't feel tiny spiders when they're that tiny and they're running around, but you can see them. If they run along your arm and you have little arm hairs, you can feel them displace the hairs a little. You can feel there's something on you. You can't feel the weight of them, but you can feel like your hair is moving. If you have like tiny little hairs on your arm or like on your hands. Very cool. I mean, I'm not afraid of picking up spiders. It's like larger spiders that I don't like. But I've never been one to be like, ooh, nah. Unless they're huge. Also, I'm like a bit wary around like large brown spiders because I think in North America, wolf spiders or what are they called? Hunter spiders. There's like one species of spider that are like recluse. They're known for biting, and they have a very nasty bite, which I would prefer not to get bit by. But most spiders are small enough that they don't bite. They've got two small mouths to like hurt you. Same thing with centipedes. I really like jumping spiders. There are a couple in my garden. Really? I don't think I've ever seen jumping spiders. I normally see like the normal house spiders, little house pets. I don't like centipedes. I think they have way too many legs. Like I see one on the ground, I'm like, ugh. Eh. Gone immediately, out of the house. Like they're harmless. They're very cute looking from a distance from pictures, but I don't know, from just in person when they move and all that stuff, and I'm like, oh no, never mind. I live in an area that is known for brown recluse spiders. Oh gosh. Wear long pants when you go outside, because they're known for having a nasty bite. Black widows are a bigger worry? Actually, surprisingly, black widows are very chill. You won't die from black widows. It's really hard. Like, they're not... There's a difference between venomous and poisonous. Brazilian wanderings are the worst? Ooh, yeah, I've heard about those. But, you know what? All of those, they all live in Australia. So, be glad that you don't live in Australia. I have wolf spiders that live in my garden, and when it rains, they invite themselves in if the door is open. Aww. Wolf spiders are what they use in cranberry farms to keep their, the bug population in check from eating their cranberries. So they see wolf spiders as friends, cranberry farmers, because what they do with the field is that they flood them all at the same time to get all the berries to detach from the bushes. They go around and they shake all the bushes to get the berries to detach, and then they flood the entire field to get the cranberries to float up to the top. And then the cranberry farmers, they wade into the field to start like scooping the berries up, right? The wolf spiders, trying to get away from the water, climb the tallest thing possible, which is the cranberry farmers. So every season, cranberry farmers just have like a bunch of teeny little wolf spiders crawl up them. And they're used to it. POV, you're Australian. I wish there was a video out there. I'm sure there is. But like, wait, I'm gonna look it up. I don't know about cranberries, but there are a lot of blueberry farms here. Yeah, so cranberries are hollow on the inside, if you didn't know. In Chile, we have Chilean recluse spiders, also known as corner spiders, very common. Have you ever seen in Australia that one spider that's like the size of a dinner plate? That scares me. The ones that are the size of crabs, I'm like, oh no. Or like spider crabs, those are cool looking. I vacuumed a couple of hours ago. Oh no, that's a lot. Let me see. Cranberry farm spiders. Wolf spiders in cranberry fields. I want to see if I can find a video. No, they don't have videos of it. I kind of wish they did. No. I really wish that there was a video of these wolf spiders crawling up things. I want to see that. I want to see like a tiny little, I want to see a tiny little migration of wolf spiders crawling. That'd be cool. They are huntsman sounders. They are completely harmless and I like to pick them up. True. I like picking up spiders too. Depends on the spider though. Huntsman. Oh, the little daddy long legs. Yeah, they're so cute. The ones with the teeny little round body. The body is like the size of a, like a pin. Like a pinhead. Like a very teeny tiny pinhead. The bodies are like usually like a light color, like a yellow or a white. And they've got these really long, thin legs, almost like hair-like. And they walk like they're on stilts. Very, very slowly. They're not very fast. Very cute spiders. Yeah, huntsmen. They're very cute. They don't weave. But they I don't even know. I think they stand over their prey. That's what they do with their long legs. They're very gentle giants. They're very cute. What you can do with them is if you pick them up by one leg and you dangle it a little. I said dangle a little and then my hat moved. The leg will pop off and then the leg moves on its own, which I would not recommend because it's painful. You're basically just pulling off their legs, but they've got nerves that move with the legs. Very cool. If you want nightmare feel, and you look up caterpillar migrations. That happened to me once when I used to live in a forest. I used to live in a forest. So one year we had a huge caterpillar migration. They were black, hairy caterpillars with yellow stripes. Just imagine 1,000 of them marching in one direction across your driveway. Just covered, just tail to tail, side to side, just a carpet of them, just slowly marching across your driveway. It's so cool. It only happened once, and I never saw them again, like the next year or the year after that, but it was really cool. I remember picking them up with my hands. Bad idea, probably, because, I could have had a reaction to them, but I did not. But it was a lot of fun. I remember picking them up, letting them crawl over my hands, and putting them back down, and rolling them around. They're really squishy. Also, my second favorite insect are inchworms. I used to see a lot of them hanging from trees back where I used to live in the forest. So I would walk underneath trees, and I would see a green thing dangling from the air, just doing their little inchworm motion, just slowly moving, hanging in the air, spinning in circles. And then I would go and I would just grab them from the air, from the web, and I would just hold them in my hand. And then they would do the little inchworm thing across my fingers, and they were just so cool looking. They were so cute. I love bugs. I love picking up bugs and insects. I know some people are like, ew, bugs. I love them. I used to love picking up snails. You know what the one bug I do not like, though? I hate mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are evil and mean. I don't know why. They're so evil. I hate them. I don't like mosquitoes. I don't care what they do for the food system. I want them gone. If I had the ability to I don't know, Thanos snap mosquitoes from existence, I would Thanos snap all the female mosquitoes. Gone. They're actually trying to do that. They're trying to genetically modify mosquitoes so that there's more males than females, and that the females are less likely to bite humans. They would go after animals instead. They're trying to genetically modify mosquitoes. Very interesting research. Because mosquitoes are the #1 killer in the entire world, solely because of how it transmits diseases. Like yellow fever, dengue, West Nile virus, all sorts of stuff. Also, what's really interesting to me is that there is a red star tick. Pretty big pool, hell yeah. We're in a lazy river. Yep. Hello, welcome. What was I talking about? I lost track of my brain. Oh gosh. I get distracted pretty easily, as you can tell. What was I talking about? Won't your fingers all dry up if you stay in too long? That's why my hands are on my knees. I'm in a pool. Mosquitoes, yes. What was I saying about mosquitoes? Oh, something about genetically modified mosquitoes. What about your toes? Whatever I don't see isn't my problem anymore. What I like to say, if it's behind me, it's not my problem. They were the one insect you didn't like? Yeah, I don't like mosquitoes. You know, I have a really funny story about cockroaches though. One time I was taking a shower and I was like, my back was facing the door and I didn't see. You must like spiders and they eat mosquitoes. Yeah, I love spiders. They're very cute. One time I was taking a shower and my back was facing the door, and then it wasn't until I got out of the shower that I noticed that there was a giant cockroach just sitting like at head level on the door. And I turned around to grab the towel. I looked up, I saw the spider on, like, I saw the cockroach on the door. It was huge. It was just sitting there. And then I screamed so loud that the cockroach got startled too, and it just started running. At least it didn't fly, because I think I would have screamed again, but it just started running down the door. And I remember like jumping out to grab my towel, and then I was like, oh my god. It ran around, it was like, it ran down the door to like running on the floor. So then I had to like, I like put on my towel and then I ran outside and then I closed the door again. And then I was like, I need a jar. So then I went to go like look for a glass jar and a lid. And so then I like cornered it into a little corner and then I trapped it in a jar. And I caught it. I caught the cockroach. But that was horrifying. I had a heart attack. I turned around, giant cockroach on the door behind me. I was like, ah. I was like, oh my god, jump scare. It came out of the vent. Like the vent up top that they use for like when you when you're in a bathroom. The bathroom vent, it came out of there. I guess when I was taking a shower, and then it decided to just sit on the door in front of me. I was like, oh, oh my god. Right when I'm most vulnerable. I'm like in that TV show, I'm naked and afraid. Yeah, that's why whenever I have spiders in my room, I like to leave them alone. Unless they're in my way. But if they're like in the corner chilling, they're fine. I'll leave them alone. They're on my windowsill. They're fine. They're chill. We also get a lot of lizards. They're pretty common in North America. You can find them anywhere. But yeah, lizards are common. They eat mosquitoes too. Although I have heard that the best way to get rid of mosquitoes is just not have any still standing water, and if you do, you can't help it, to get one of those mosquito dunks. They have like a type of, I believe, bacteria/fungus that kills mosquitoes, baby mosquitoes. Every summer night before going to sleep, I have a Dark Souls style boss against at least 3 mosquitoes. Oh no. Back when I used to live abroad, it was very common to have mosquito nets over your bed when you slept. But you would still wake up with a couple bites. I was like, ah, darn. So bad. But yeah, mosquito nets are very common. Also, like, burning the incense candles at night, that distinct smell of the candle burning incense is also something I remember. Mosquitoes were very common. But the area I live in now, not so much. I don't see much mosquitoes. And back when I used to live in Canada, I saw no bugs because it's too cold. But it's the worst trying to go to sleep and then there's like a fly or a mosquito attacking your face. You hear the ee, and it's flying around your head and you're like, I hear it, but I can't see it. That's the worst. Just hearing it at night. We have mosquito nets in almost all windows, but somehow they still sneak in. Oof. Yeah. I remember not liking going outside at night because you stand outside at 6 p.m. mosquitoes just come out of the woodwork to go bite you and you're like, oh. You know what I don't feel bad? Like, have you ever seen people do mosquito research? In order to keep mosquito research alive and populating, scientists have to stick their hand in the enclosure where mosquitoes live and feed them with their own blood to keep them alive, or to keep, like, you know, their population alive, because after the females need blood to reproduce. They have proteins in the blood to reproduce, and then they lay their eggs, and they need blood for that. I think right now they're trying to figure out if they can reverse engineer mosquitoes to not need that blood. Like if they can get the protein in another way. It's pretty interesting. But in order to keep them alive, they need to feed them. So there's actually photos out there of like scientists sticking their hand in like this thing of like 100 mosquitoes just landing on this scientist's hand, and then they're like feeding off of his like blood. Can you imagine sticking your hand into like 300 mosquitoes and all of them land on you? Your hand would be so itchy afterwards. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how they do it. I wonder how that must feel. Just your whole hand swollen because of the mosquitoes that took your blood. Right? I bet it would feel like super tight. You know, like, you know when you get bit? Mini vampires, yeah. You know when you get bit and the skin surrounding that area, especially if you get bit on a joint, like if you ever get bit in the corner of your elbow, when you move it, you can feel the bite every single time you move. Because it's like a swollen area. Can you imagine that on your hand? Right? That'd be cool. Also, I don't think it would feel good. You'd be like, oh, my hand, it's so like sore and painful. Yeah, mini vampires, but like if vampires were mean and evil and 10 times worse and not hot. I think people would not like vampires if the venom that existed in vampire fangs were the same as mosquitoes. Like when you bite somebody as a vampire and you left behind like little raised bumps that mosquitoes leave behind that are itchy, like the little welts. People would not like vampires if they did that. Can you imagine? It would not be hot anymore. There's people who are like, there's some people who don't have an immune reaction to mosquito bites. Really? They just get bit and they don't have the itchiness afterwards? I wish I had that. I am like food for mosquitoes. They love me. They love my blood. Correct? Ooh, I wish I had that. I wish I had that superpower. I don't. They love me. When I go outside, I'm the first one to get bit. I think it's my blood type, unfortunately. I think my blood type is O. So, obviously, they like me. But I've heard that there are people with blood types A. A and AB is the least likely to get bit. For some reason, they don't know why. There's been studies out there trying to prove this theory, but they haven't received any conclusive evidence because it's just so many factors that factor into your blood, whether it be your lifestyle habits, or if you're like the foods that you eat, the scents that you wear, the clothes that you wear is all different. So it's really hard to tell if it's blood type or not. Also, mosquitoes detect people based off of your carbon dioxide that you emit through your breath. That's how they're able to find you. So if you were a vampire, you would not get bit by mosquitoes because you don't breathe. But if you are a human and you emit carbon dioxide, they will find you. And they can also tell based off your heat sensors too. I think I prefer to have a reaction if I had a choice, even if it's uncomfortable. Why? Why would you want to be itchy and miserable? You know what's the worst? Sand fleas. There is a specific type of harvest mite that exists. They're also known as Trumbiculidae. They're called harvest mites, known as bush mites. They're a type of mite. They are the worst bite. They bite your ankles and they leave this teeny tiny little red dot that swells and becomes fluid filled. And it stays on your skin for weeks. The bite lasts for months. And it leaves a scar too. It leaves little red dots on you. Those are the worst. Even worse than mosquitoes. And they're itchy. The worst spot ever. If you ever go for a walk on the beach, there's like sand fleas and sand mites. They will bite you. Because I know my body's at least trying to do something about it. I mean, I think it exists regardless. Your body would try to fix whatever's happening either way. Did you know that there exists a version of Optifine Prime? Optifine Prime. Optifine Prime, the newest Minecraft mod. Optimus Prime in Neon Genesis Evangelion? No. No, we did not. Yeah. Optifine. Optimize. Oh, it's past 4 p.m. 4 a.m. Optimize Prime is purple. Yeah. I think so. I thought he was red. Or blue? I'm thinking of the truck. The truck guy is Metatron. I am getting my Transformers lore mixed up, aren't I? Optimus Prime is the bad guy, right? I don't know. Hold up, let me look it up. Metatron is an archangel. Metatron is an archangel. Do you know Neon Genesis Evangelion? I know the memes and I know the characters. I do not know the lore because I don't really watch mecha. That is the one anime that I do not watch much of. I do not like mecha animes. For some reason though, I watched 86. Hera Falls Anime Girl, I don't like mecha anime. I watch 86 just for like the white hair girl, but when it comes to anime, like mecha, specifically that genre, I can't watch it. It filters me so hard. But what's funny is that I watch Day Day Live. I only watch it if there's hot girls. Heretic. I watch JoJo. I watched all seasons of JoJo. I grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! I probably watch more animes. There are in Neon Genesis Evangelion hot girls? I don't know. Rei's not my type. Asuka's not my type. The only person that might be my type in that show is probably Rin Tosaka. But she's from Fate, so she's not even in Neon Genesis Evangelion, so they're not my type. I like girls with long hair. Short hair girls, nah. Kureres, nah. Yaoi? Maybe for the spice, but it's not prevalent enough to like entertain me, so nah. I didn't even watch Code Geass. I tried to get into it, I really did, but it was like when Lelouch started going off about his like spaceship and his like chuny rambling, I'm like, oh no, nah, can't watch that. I watched the entire season 1 and 2 of Magi. It's just not my type. I don't really enjoy sci-fi. Sci-fi is not my favorite genre. I prefer fantasy. Not sci-fi, not science fiction. Fantasy. Which is why I liked Magi, and I could not watch, for the life of me, Astro Boy. I did not like Astro Boy. I didn't like Astro Boy, I didn't like Neon Genesis Evangelion, it was kind of boring. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid? I did, I watched that one. I've watched the Monster Musume, I've read the manga. I've read the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. I've watched Dungeon Meshi, I've watched Freiren, I've watched Apothecary Diaries. I've read the mangas before they even came out. I read the manga before those animes came out. I knew about them before. I'm really looking forward to Witch Hat Atelier. Freiren Season 3. Looking forward to that. Actually, Season 2, I think. I don't know. Any mecha anime that's like solely focused on mechas, I can't watch because it's so boring to me. I can't pay attention. I tried watching Serial Experiments Lane. That was confusing. I don't know what happened in that show. I tried giving it a chance. I think I fell asleep watching it. I was like, okay, so she goes into the computer and then she like manipulates people and then she disappears. And then her parents apparently don't care about it. She's like, none of that story made sense, first of all. She starts assembling these parts. She starts skipping out on school. She disappears for hours at a time. Her parents let her have unlimited screen time. I'm like, girl, are your parents not going to say anything about you sitting 2 inches away from the monitor staring at the screen? You're ruining your eyes. Serial Experiments Lane has my favorite anime intro song. True. Duvet by Boa. That's a really good song. I like the guitar part. Unlimited screen time is a product of an earlier generation. It was very common. The fact that her parents didn't say anything about it, though, that's concerning. To me. They're like, they would walk into her room. Are you winning, son? She's like staring at her monitor, not responding. And they're like, okay, have a great time. Bye. What? Also, the unrealistic expectation of computers. The fact that people had like these really teeny tiny AI companions in the computer and they would be like, ah yes, companion bot, tell me what my horoscope is for the day. And then they would dial up. The screen would take forever to start up. It had that little animation intro of when it would log on to the computer. It's such Windows 8. It's so old. I'm like, oh my god, holy moly, this is beyond the times. It was in the social consciousness at that time. Really? That computers are bad for you? That you're ruining your eyeballs? They just let her on the internet for such a long period of time? That's wild. Nowadays we know better. You see somebody doing that, you're like, I mean, even in that time period though, like the time period of the early 80s and the early 90s, well, late 80s, early 90s is when Lane came out. They had people talking about don't sit too close to the television because it's bad for your eyeballs. Like, that's existed for a really long time. It's not just like the 2000s or the late 90s. That's existed before. They've always told kids to not sit too close to the television. Like, you know when kids would sit like really close to the big TV? To the point where you could feel the static off of the screen? Do you remember that era? Are you old enough to remember the old the fat TVs that when you watch for a long period of time, you could feel, you would run your hand over the screen and you could feel the static along the surface of the glass of the screen. That was a fun feeling. They said that, yes, but they said to not sit too close because people were doing it, especially the Japanese. What? What? They looked at that group and they said, I'm not gonna be like them, I'm different. I don't know. I'm drinking water. Stay hydrated, folks. Yeah, there's a lot of things that were concerning about that show. Like, the fact that none of her parents ever bothered to check in on her, the only person that actually kind of cared was her sister, who showed some type of concern. Her sister was like, hey, you good? And she was like, yeah. That was it. And then she became a god. It's that meme all over again. You're not transforming into a god. You're just dehydrated. I can see the power of the world. I can do this. I have the most power in the entire universe. I can see the stars. Hospital. Yeah, that, I think it's like a TikTok. You're not transforming into a god. You're just dehydrated. Hospital. It's a very 90s show. It is. It's a product of its time. I watched it and I was like, holy moly. Every single thing that's in this show is so old. Why is my hat moving like that? It's so old. It's so funny. It was very hard to take seriously because of how old it was. Like, watching that show now, in this time period, it takes you out. But I'm sure to people who lived in the 90s, I'm sure it hit home for them, and people who reminisce on that show and they're like, I love Serial Experiments Lane. It's probably because they lived through that show and they watched it when they were a kid because they grew up with it. Me, I watched it like this year. I watched it recently and I am not, like, I watched it in a modern age, knowing modern technology. If I had watched it when I was a kid, if I had watched it when I was like, I don't know. If I had watched it when I was a kid, basically, I think I would have had a different opinion of it now. Back when VCRs were a thing. I did live in the 90s and that anime was one of the first that I watched. See? I lived in the 90s for like half a year. Does that count? I don't know. I don't know. But like, were you a kid when you watched the show, I think is what matters. Like when people say, oh, Coraline, oh god, I'm so sorry, Coraline. You know when people say Coraline's such a scary horror movie? Coraline's so scary. Because people watched that when they were a child. People watched that when they were 10, and their impression of it as a kid was that it was scary because they were a kid. If you watch it now and you've never had any previous experience watching Coraline in the past, it is not scary at all. People who watched it when they were kids and they thought it was scary, watch it now, I don't know if they'd find it scary anymore. I lived through most of the 80s. Wow. Colorful. The only impression I have of, well, not even the 80s, the 60s, was the really colorful bathrooms. I know people who lived through the 60s and they've got like that gaudy pink carpet. Carpet bathrooms and the bottle weird colored fridges. And like the powder blue bathrooms or like the green bath. Yeah, it was weird. I remember I sometimes watch renovation TV shows where people renovate old houses. And they always show the 60s bathroom and it's the same look. The colorful tiles, the colored tub. The carpet. Oh god, it was like, oh no, why do people think this is a good idea? Yep. I know, I remember like playing through VCRs and cassette tapes and all that. That was fun. I had a Walkman. But yeah, depending on when you experience it in animes, I think it greatly changes your impression of things, right? Because if you were old enough to experience the first, what's it called? Like the first importation of manga into the North America through untranslated, like back then publishing houses in the US for Japanese comics did not exist, and if they did, they were very, very small scale. It was very hard. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell was the first anime I watched. Yep. Ghost in the Shell, I have a very old copy of the Japanese version of it, because back then, what they would sell in the stores and anime stores was Japanese versions of it. They were not translated. People had experience to Japanese culture through games, arcade games like Tekken and Street Fighter. Manga was very hard to come across. What do you mean carpet in a bathroom is a good idea as long as you want a bacteria farm? That was very common in the 60s. Whole carpeted bathrooms. I don't know how they cleaned anything. The Walkman brings back a lot of memories. I used to use one when I was in middle school. I still use one, although it broke recently, but I like my tech analog. And the fact that a lot of DAPs, digital audio players, are transitioning to touchscreens makes me very sad. They all use some type of Android technology. I'm like, I don't want my MP3 player to be a smartphone replacement. I want it to just play music and that is it. It does not need to do anything else. My Sony Walkman on its own is perfectly fine. It has tactile buttons and that's all I need. The fact that everything's becoming touchscreen nowadays is very sad. Man, what happened to the era of buttons? Gosh. So sad. I miss my Walkman. It broke. I mean, it still works, but the internal, what's it called? The sensor for the audio jack broke. So now it plays, but no music comes out. I started watching anime when I was in college. My brother and a friend of his had their own apartment and I'd crash at their place and they would watch anime they had rented from Blockbuster. Oh my gosh. I remember ordering movies through Netflix, through the mail system. I fixed a really old Samsung cassette player a month ago. Ooh, nice. Back when Netflix was a CD service, do you remember that? And everybody was like, Netflix isn't gonna last, Blockbuster's gonna take over. Why would we have Netflix when we have Blockbuster? And look at it now. I remember the Netflix CDs, yeah! I remember ordering TV series through the mail to watch on binge. It was great. I watched so many shows on Netflix CDs. It was such a weird experience though, because I remember using the website to order movies and then getting the red envelopes in the mail and then sending it back in the mail and being like, I don't know how these things don't break. You would send them back in the most thin paper sleeves ever. And I have no idea how they just... I don't know how they made it as a company. Should the CDs not break on transit? What happened? It's so weird. I never thought about it when I was younger, but now that I do, I'm like, so weird. I'm sure they lost a lot of CDs through the mail. Good memories. I have like a really old box of vintage comic books and stuff. Of like really old toys and stuff, and man, the plastic that existed back then is different. Like anything that existed back then was just such a different experience, because children's toys from the 80s, from the 90s, they're just so durable and like solid. It's not flimsy plastic. This thing's like thick. Theirs must have been some breakages, but I expect CDs would be pretty durable. True. Maybe they were more careful in the mail system back then. Maybe there was less, they don't have delivery people just tossing packages willy-nilly. Just yeet. Tossing them like a frisbee. Who knows? I'd imagine so. Nowadays, how they process letters is that they roll them through a like a, how do you describe, like 2 wheels to press them flat. I prefer buying physical copies of manga and lining them up on a shelf rather than reading digital versions. Ooh. I don't have the storage space for manga, so I don't collect physical copies. I prefer reading them online. But I can understand the appeal of collecting books. I'm not a book person. I like reading books, especially like manga that I've been gifted. I've been gifted the first entire series compilation volume of Carnival and the first compilation volume of Tokyo Ghoul. But I remember inheriting like a lot of older Japanese mangas, like Ghost in the Shell, or a lot of like really obscure mangas that I've never heard of. But I don't have them anymore. I remember giving them to a friend I had in Japan. Because I was like, I can't read Japanese, I'm just gonna give these away. So I gave them to her, and I think she took them back. Because I don't read. I can't read that. They were cool to look at, the pictures. Especially since the copy of Ghost in the Shell that I had was like a fully colored comic book. It was printed on like glossy magazine type paper. But it was fully covered, and it was like the comic book style of Ghost in the Shell. But it was all in Japanese. I don't have storage space either. I've been reading via ebooks and audiobooks for years now. Same. Yep. Solely through EPUBs. EPUBs, online subscriptions, online websites. That's all it. Or apps. They have manga apps nowadays. Manga readers. I don't have the storage space to collect books, unfortunately. As nice it is to, collect books and have them on a shelf and be like, oh, look at the pretty covers. Gosh. Can you imagine having shelves? I don't have shelves. I live in a room that's just a bed, a desk, the carpet, and a bunch of boxes. I do not own a shelf. Most libraries will offer an app to download ebooks and audiobooks, plus there are no late fees. True. Overdrive was very popular when I was in high school. I remember downloading so many Overdrive books. What gets me though about Overdrive and libraries is be like, yeah, Overdrive is common, very popular. What gets me about Overdrive, it'll be like, oh, we only have 3 digital copies and 2 of them are being rented out. And then you would rent the online version of that book, download it, and then it would expire after 7 days. It'd be like, your subscription is up. You have to renew the book. It's expired. And then you have to wait for it to be available again to read it. And you're like, oh my god. Why do we have the concept of borrowing books that are digital? It doesn't make sense. What do you mean there's only 3 copies of a digital thing, huh? It's crazy, it's digital, I know. It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Lately, I've also been reading more digital books since I don't have much space. But back at my parents' house, there's a whole shelf of books. Cool. I like books. I get the appeal of walking into a library and just smelling books. They're like really cool shelves of having pretty spines and just looking at the shelf and being like, ah, my hoard, my dragon hoard. But I don't own shelves. But that's fun. Yeah, I don't understand the concept of digital libraries. I mean, I get it, I guess, but it just doesn't make much sense. I think it's not the library's fault. I feel like it's a digital publisher's issue. Like, I have a feeling it's the publishers that are like that, because publishing companies are very particular. They want people to buy copies. They're very stingy. If you're like, hey, I want to get this book, they're like, no. For my school, whenever I have to download textbooks, what they do to me is that, yes, we will give you a code to give to your student free. But only 3 people can access the link at the same time. If you are reading it online, it takes up that 1 slot. Nobody else can access it. Only 3 people at the same time. What we encourage you to do is download the textbook, but catch. You can only download 100 pages at a time. And it resets every day. It should take you about 4 days to download the entire textbook. Like, what? I'm gonna have to go into the thing, download each chapter until I hit the 100-page mark, remember which pages I downloaded, wait 24 hours, come back the next day, do it again until I have the entire textbook, and then I have to merge the textbook PDF pages into one book so that I have the whole book. It doesn't make sense. This is why I go on Reddit on textbooks.com. Nah, textbook.com. I go into Reddit /textbooks or whatever, and I'm like, does anybody have the full PDF of this book? Because unless I'm truly desperate, it just doesn't make sense to download 100 pages at a time. Page download limits is so weird. We live in the worst timeline. True. It's kind of sad that there are so many books that one can never read all of them in one lifetime. There's so many books. You gotta pick what kind of books you want to read, though. I don't know, it drives me a little bit, like, it's so interesting to me that there's books out there that exist for very niche subjects that I personally would probably be very interested in reading. It's just they're essentially inaccessible. They only exist in physical versions, especially archives that you have to visit in person. I know a lot of libraries are trying, or a lot of archives are trying to digitize their resources. Like, I think I saw this recently on Twitter, but a university college project, I believe it was a group of master's students, for their project, they decided to digitize 100 plus copies, manuscripts of medieval poems. So they actually went out of their way to translate and scan their archives of medieval poems. I don't know if I have it. Let me look it up. I have Twitter. I can look it up. It's in my bookmarks, I think. Oh, no. No. Is it here? I'm just going into poems. Digital isn't a perfect solution, though. Data can still be lost over time if people stop caring about it. True. But I'm not really sure what there can be done to preserve media. Especially because okay, it's really easy to lose things online. Especially when it comes to deleting things, it's very easy for data to become corrupt, right? Data becomes corrupt super easily if your files aren't backed up properly. It really isn't a good solution because you can lose a lot of your data at the same time if you don't save anything properly and you get a virus. Your hard drive decides to corrupt itself. It just loads wrong. That's why some people do still people still do like physical. It does last longer. It has lasted longer than digital. It still does. It's just that it's made of materials and it still decays. So there really isn't a perfect solution. Kind of hard. I'm also looking it up right now. Latest? No, this is in 2022. Huh. Digital archive. I'm looking for it. Also, the fact that online, nowadays everything's becoming subscription based and you never truly own anything that's digital. That's what sucks about online. You don't own anything. That's why physical products are still kind of people enjoy, because you physically own that. If you Steam games, when you buy stuff on Steam, you don't own those. You own the copy of the game, the digital copy of the game, but technically you don't actually own it. I'm old enough to have seen information disappear from the internet. Helps, but even it isn't a perfect solution. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to... I recently took a course. I was in school right now. I'm currently taking a course on library studies, and one of them is talking about museums and libraries and histories. So one of the main argument is the need for digital preservation and the future of how things will be archived in the future. And it's a very interesting conversation to have, especially after taking the course, to just kind of think about. Okay, I'm trying to find it. I can't. Archive digital. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. Although I just googled Digital Archive News 2025, and the first thing I see is the Internet Archive is in danger. The digital archive is threatened by state budget cuts. Huh. You know Wayback Machine? Wayback Machine exists because people are trying to preserve as much as they can about the internet as possible. But even then, there are still things that can disappear. Even though things are like preserved. Although I think nowadays it's a little bit harder to delete information off of servers, especially because, you know, when you delete something off of a computer, off of storage online, it doesn't exactly disappear. It's still there, just hidden. That's why they say if you are doing something suspicious with your computer, it's better to destroy it with a hammer. No amount of hardware reset or computer will remove that stuff. It's there, still on the hard drive. Like, the information is burned onto there. If you're skilled enough, you can kind of reconstruct it. You can try to find traces of what was there. So, if you're doing suspicious things in your computer, just know its easiest solution is to just take it outside and run it over. Destroy the hard drive entirely. That's why they have services for people who deal with like confidential information. They have like hardware destroying services specifically for that purpose. They put them in a very large garbage compactor. Very cool. But I always say, I think if you want something to truly be secure, just don't write it down. Don't write it online. Just tell somebody else and make sure that person can be trusted. If you're going to be doing something suspicious, either you find somebody that you trust and you make sure that secret stays between you and them, or just don't mention it. How much of your data is saved to the cloud and not in your computer to begin with? None of it. The only thing I have on the cloud is probably my contacts, like phone numbers and stuff like that. And that's it. Just contacts. And maybe my notes. I like to sync my notes across different devices, but when it comes to passwords, I really don't like keeping passwords on the chain. Photos? Nope. My photos exist on my phone, and if I lose my phone, those photos are gone forever. I have an SSD. A 1 terabyte external SSD card. Or, what's it? Like a little SSD. That's basically like a giant drive. It's an external drive. It's an SSD. I've been putting photos on there. I also have like backups of different things on there. I actually used to use it for my laptop as external storage to run games off of. So I used to play games. My laptop didn't have much storage. So I would play games off of the SSD. I had Steam downloaded on that thing. I would play games through it. Google Maps travel history? No. Maybe, I don't know. Google does collect a lot of information about you, so you never know. You can't turn that off. It's kind of hard. I try in my settings, I turn everything off. I'm kind of paranoid about that. I'm like, would you like to share your location in this photo? No, I turn that off. Would you like to share your location when you are using the app? No, I don't want its precise location. Would you like to share your location when you're doing it? I'm like, no airplane mode. But even then you're turning everything off of no. They still are keeping that information, I know. But you might as well make it as difficult as possible. Hello, hi Scarlet Vinoise. It's 5 a.m. I should probably be going to bed. I said that like an hour ago. But this is a really interesting conversation, to be honest. I took a course also on digital surveillance when it comes to, like, it was actually a criminology course. One of the... Do you use the Google keyboard on your phone at all? No. I use the default Apple keyboard, I think. Yeah, I don't install plugins or anything. I really don't like using the cloud. I refuse to store stuff on it because I think they only give you 5 gigabytes of free storage. That's not enough for all my photos, so I prefer just having no photos at all. And also I think my calendar's on there. But then again, I don't put anything in the calendar to begin with, so it doesn't make sense. Hello, how are you? But yeah, I took a course on criminology, and one of the things that they talked about was digital surveillance and the panopticon. And I don't know if you know what the panopticon is. It's a very interesting term that was coined back then, referred to a prison system developed by a person talking about the ideal prison layout to keep an eye on the prisoners. And it was called the panopticon. So it was a circular construction cylindrical building with rows of cells, with the cells facing inwards. And the center of the tower was hollow. And in the middle was a tower for the guards to look into the cells. So, standing in the middle of the tower, you could look in all directions and you would be able to see inside each person's cell. And the idea was that by keeping an eye on all of the prisoners, none of them would act out because they were constantly being surveilled. And it's the idea of digital surveillance where if you constantly feel like you're being watched, you're less likely to like do things that you're not supposed to be doing. Or that's the idea of it. They did find that in areas in neighborhoods with a higher crime rate, areas that were brightly lit and areas that had the impression of a security camera, even if the camera was off or not working, as long as it looked like a camera, crime levels were actually lower. I noticed ads pop up for a private conversation I ever had, and the only vector I could identify that would have that shared information with Google Keyboard. What? You have ads on your phone? What do you use? Do you use like WhatsApp or something? Because I use iMessage and I don't have that. It might be the app that you're using, I don't know. That's really cool about digital surveillance and how basically the core idea, it was a Google News service. I don't really use Google, so the only thing I use Google for is Gmail, and that's pretty much it. I use it for email, and that's really it. I was not a Yahoo Mail user. I've had the same email since I was like really young. From like a long time ago. But yeah, very interesting things like digital surveillance. Also, how nowadays people with their phones, it was talking about how people are also, I see this nowadays too on TikTok, that people are afraid to act different than other people. They're afraid to act cringe in their words, because of the fact that people have cell phones nowadays, and that basically acts like its own panopticon. People are afraid of doing things that are outside the box because they are afraid that other people will surveil them and record them with their phone. And in a way, it is kind of like self-surveillance. Like, there is nothing that you can do to get away from this. Like, everything you do, everything you try to do, you are constantly being watched. Whether it be through your phone, whether it be your data, whether it be other people, it's impossible to get away from unless you live in the middle of nowhere where there is absolutely no cell phone service and nothing. Then you can't call for help. So it's very difficult nowadays to truly be private on the line. I've got like 4 emails, and occasionally I'll use throwaway email services. I use throwaway emails for everything that I'm not planning on coming back to ever again. So if I'm logging onto a site on an app, I'll use a throwaway email. And then I know I'm not going to be using that app for like, because these apps, you log in once, right? And then it never asks you to log in again. And then if it does ask me to log in again, I'll just create another account because I don't care. And if it does become something that I'm going to use more often, especially like trial subscription services, you know when you download an app for the first time and it's like, please make an account. I'm like, no, I will use a temporary email. Thank you very much. So then I'll use a temporary email. And if I like the product enough to keep it, I can just change my email. But half the time I'm like, nope, this app sucks. I'm going to delete it. So I don't really see a point in that. Also, by the way, I have 10 emails. I'm like really weird about that. None of them are consistent. I used to have 4 back in the day where I had 1 for games, 1 for game accounts, 1 for personal stuff like work and family. I used to have 1 for just spam stuff, like if I wanted to do online shopping, for example, and that's the email I had to use, I would use that one. And I had another one just for miscellaneous stuff, like for anything and everything in between. Nowadays, I have 10, and I don't even use half of them. One of them I made because I misspelled the email. And when I was entering it onto a site, I was like, oh, I keep accidentally misspelling it as this one. I might as well just make that email a thing. So now I have 2 that are basically spelled the exact same. It just has an extra A because I keep spelling it like that. Some of them I made because I thought I would use, and then some of them I made, I don't know why. It has barely any emails. I need to delete that. I don't know. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. It's weird. A lot of companies won't accept a temporary email. They seem to only accept an account that is somehow tied to personal data. Depends. If it's an app and not in like an actual subscription app, it depends. I use a website called Emailnator. I hope this doesn't come back in the future. She uses temporary emails. She's a witch. I use a website called Emailnator, and it lets you generate emails with the gmail.com ending. And it actually does seem to bypass those restrictions, because when I'm creating a fake account, right? When I'm creating a fake account with like a temporary birthday and all that, they won't accept random generated usernames or random generated @, like at hotmail.com, at something.com. For some reason, whenever you use an @gmail.com, it does work. Also, what bothers me so much about nowadays is that when I'm at the airport, when I'm trying to access public Wi-Fi, it always goes, you need to give us your first name, your last name, your email your, like, all of this information just to get onto public Wi-Fi. I'm like, first of all, what are you doing with this information? And second of all, why do you need to send a confirmation code to my email so that I can access your public Wi-Fi that I'm going to be on for maybe an hour? I'm looking at you, airports and McDonald's. They make you do so much nowadays to access Wi-Fi. They make you give away so many personal information. I'm like, hello. That's interesting. One of them that threw me off, really, that got me, that was super interesting, was if you've ever been to the airport in Houston, the first question it asks you when you connect to Houston airport Wi-Fi is, are you an adult or are you a kid? If you select that, if it gives you a form, first name, last name, telephone number, address, email, and then a bunch of other questions. And then at the bottom it says, are you an adult or a child? If you select that you are a child, that form mysteriously disappears. The only thing it prompts you to do is just accept the terms and conditions. Yes. Isn't that weird? If you're a child, it doesn't collect all that information. Versus if you were an adult, that form stays and it makes you fill it out. Those are all mandatory. Isn't that weird? Gmail has its own internal email abstraction as well, which is maybe why this works. You can take the first part of the email address and add a plus and some alphanumeric to create a unique email that goes to the same address. Ooh, cool. I mean, I don't plan on using these accounts in the future, so I'm just fine creating the most easy hackable account ever. I'll do like temporary email and then I'll put in the password, and password will be like 1 2 3 4 5, and then I'll create a temporary account essentially, and then I'm like, I just need to log on. I just need to create an account, just do something. I'm not using this in the future. Whenever it asks me for personal information, I'm giving them a random name. My first name Orange, my last name Lemon. My birthday 1973. I'm 95 years old. That's what I do. Just something completely obscure. They will not know. Hello! Hi! Hi, Neon Desu. Hi, Neon Des. Hi, how are you? Hi. I'm still awake. You know what I used to do? I used to do this thing to people at airports. Whenever they would ask for that information, you know what I used to do? Is I would use some random person's email. I feel so bad for the person who this is, but that's kind of their problem for having a very common last name. I would do johnsmith02@gmail.com. My first name is John, my last name is Smith. So, person out there, if your name is John Smith and your email is johnsmith02@gmail.com, I have been sending, any single time I log onto Wi-Fi and it asks me for like an email account, I've been using that. They're probably like, what the hell? I'm getting so much junk mail. I'm getting so many airline deals. I'm getting so much junk mail. What the heck is this? Sorry, johnsmith02. gmail.com, it's me. Just a random username. If you have a throwaway Gmail account, you can use that account to create as many unique email accounts as you want. True, interesting. I used to do similar things to create test accounts at work. It wasn't John Smith, but something like that, yeah. I think everything has like a what's it called? A specific type of generic name that people do. Like, I know some people like to do like anonymous, or yeah, like anonymous stuff. Hi, hello, how are you? A little pog face, like that. Yeah, test accounts are very popular, but yeah, when I download stuff, if I'm just trying to see something to see if it works, and that first thing they make me do is create an account. I'm saying, no, thank you. I'm creating a temporary account. That's what I do when I download apps. It's like, would you like to log in? Nah. Spaceballs, the password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I'm getting tired because it's Saturday, school not fun. Yeah, school's not fun. I have to work on my assignment. It's due on Sunday. I'm not looking forward to that, but I have to do it because it's worth 100 points of my grade. And if I do not turn it in, I'm gonna get a 0 and my grade is going to drop down so fast. So I should probably go to bed so that I can wake up and work on my assignment. It's due on Sunday, but you know, it's 15 pages of research and essay. So yeah, nice. Oh man, I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, I should go. Good night, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Good luck with your studies. How many pages have you done so far? I've done the intro. You know when you write an essay and it's like formally formatted? You have your intro page with your header and the title page. I have that done. I have my references, my reference sheets. I just need to write the abstract, and then I need to write the intro, and then I need to write and organize it into different sections, like conclusions, introduction, abstract, key terms, and like whatever. It's an academic paper. I have to do it like that. I have all my research done. I have all my sources. It's just a matter of writing it. Homework stream? Oh my god, I've done that in the past. I've done study streams where I just sit here and I do this. That's it. That's what I do. I call it ASMR. My chat for some reason likes it. They're like, yay! Keyboard ASMR! And I'm just typing. I've done that. Maybe if I need a lock-in tomorrow and I haven't done anything. Sometimes I do that. I do like keyboard ASMR and I'd be like working, typing. That's okay, as long as it helps you. Yeah. Depends. Sometimes I need to lock in. Sometimes I need to like work and have like somebody keep me accountable. If somebody's watching me work, I think it sometimes helps too. I used to ask my friend to sit on Discord with me to like help me work. I'd be like, can you like be with me on call while I work on my assignment? Because I'm not paying attention. And if I'm not on call with somebody else, I'm going to start browsing Twitter. I'm going to start reading manga and I can't have that. So, back when I was in high school, I used to never do that. But nowadays, I don't know. I put on Animal Crossing BGM with rain noises. And then that's good enough for me now. But yeah, good night everybody. Thank you all for stopping by. It's been almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Actually, probably more than that. 5. I gotta go to bed so I can wake up tomorrow. Good night. Thank you all for stopping by. This hat is so weird. I don't know why it's reacting to my voice. Rest well. Thank you. Thank you all for stopping by. Shoot. Let me see if anybody's streaming. Mm. Mm. Oh. I don't know. Nobody's streaming at this time again. Everybody that I saw earlier is now offline. That's so sad. Anyways, I'm just gonna go. Bye. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Good night. 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 Bye. 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 Koyasumi.